Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do a live stream today. And let me see about getting this all rolling. We're going to be doing a lot of display overlay, so I'm going to set up my windows so that I can see what I'm doing. That is the chat window. As I have said, oh, and there's the OBS window. As I have said on the recent release of Air 3, people can show up here to ask me for stuff, and that'll be fine. But what we're doing today, more than that, is today's going to be a thing. It's going to be an interesting kind of thing, because today is the day that I tried to build a test project in Pamplejuce. And so one of the things I was going to do that I did not have time for this morning was sending a message to Sudara, which I will do partially off the screen. I have got an email from him. And in fact, I have been suggested that there is the audio programmer Discord that I could go to. Suppose I can fire that up. It's probably going to do a million updates and things. So I'll do that. And I'm going to send off a reply email here. There's a thing that I can try to do. I do not know if that's gonna work, but I can try. It says success, my friend request was sent, so there's that. There is also a audio programmer Discord, which it's apparently public, so let me have a look at that. And we're just going to do a bunch of these things that I could have done before streaming, except for that I was just getting rolling. And, you know, it is what it is, I guess. So in theory, we've got, oh, invite invalid. So the audio programmer Discord is not available to me at this moment, but that's fine. This is all going to be a giant stream of derping around, trying to make this work. And part of my hope for this is that I'm sharing my entire process as it goes for other people who might be trying to do this and don't know what they're doing. What Sudara says, apart from I'm on this Discord and that, is I'm doing continuous integration. I'm building and running tests in every git commit, and it's fine. It's every push rather than commit. Sudara would like to make Pamplejuce as accessible as possible. However, there's a good question as to how possible that can be. And he figures that the surface area around plugins and JUCE in particular is so large that it's essentially impossible. So the idea is get a starting place to get projects going with Cmake and building on GitHub. Now I've got stuff working with Cmake, and there's also other information around that. I think maybe what I'll do is just let go of Discord for the moment. I will not necessarily get walked through this, and that might be just fine, because one of the things that you can do in software companies, like for instance game software, one of the things that you do is you turn things over to testers who don't know what they're doing and see what they do. The idea is, rather than just go public and ship your game and then watch it explode and break for everybody, it's sometimes useful to see what people do as they approach a thing, and in particular, something as far as this, Pamplejuce, a starting place for building graphic user interface-enabled plugins using the JUCE framework. The idea is it's meant to be a solid place to start from. I feel like I am running on a reasonably recent version of macOS, and if that's supported, and I'm willing to do things like run Homebrew, I can use a terminal, I can do a bunch of things like that, I can follow instructions. I want to see how far I get following the instructions, and Sodara is considering fleshing out more serious documentation. So one of the things I'm going to do is send a, oh dear, I think I may have just sent a blank message. Let's just the reason I sent a blank message was because I am distracted. See? You'll have to just allow me to type for a moment. JUCE. I'd better link. I should come up with a link that I can offer. I need to go and find out how I can show my own stream in another window, so let's try that. Let's, new window. It's always amusing to me, like I do stuff, some of it is worthwhile, and yet in some ways I am the dumbest man imaginable, and so I'm going to be struggling on being able to use like Chromium, the web browser. Let's hey, and it me. Hey, that's as loud as this is going to be. And misspellings and things. I'm going to need to make another cup of coffee too, because I only had one this morning and I'm feeling like it's going to be needing lots. I'm all set to make some espressos and drink them and try to figure this stuff out. But this is what I was meaning to do before the stream, and I had to like grab a shower and have breakfast and stuff. So that is what it is too. And that's probably enough, hopefully. And there is my real thing being scented. And that is a thing that I had been hoping to do. As much as I would like to rush off and make a cup of coffee immediately before starting to deal with this, I would at least like to get it up and visible. So let's start walking through some of my first things. And firstly, let's go to my Airwindows folder, which lives in my home folder. And this is where I've been cloning stuff. This is a previous attempt. I think this is somebody else's thing. Somebody else did this, and I don't know how any of that works. It's not this. This is a Paul from the Surge synthesizer thing. He had a Airwind 2 clap, which is uncompleted. It did not bring in stuff like the Rack thing does. This is a spare copy of VST2. This is the Surge build. And I've got a number of things like this is the bespoke synth build. Any of these things that actually produced something, like I believe bespoke synth, resource, no, not resource. Source? No. I think this is how I built my version of bespoke. Because I built a version of bespoke that was capable of using VST2s, which is something I have to build myself, because apparently this fellow is not licensed to use VST2s, which is one reason that I am refusing to go to VST3s, is that they do that. Ignore, build. Ah. So this would be where I found the working application for bespoke. It just is tucked away in this weird place. And so this is where I will be wanting to build my version of, let's see, CD means change directory. And in macOS, you can just drag it over and boom. Now I am there. I can actually scooch this over to cover that. And we're getting closer to being able to clone over the directory, which I think is how we go about doing it. At least this is what I'm used to, is using get to clone over a directory. And we're going to see how many problems I run into trying to do this simple thing. Okay, so, and I may put on music and go and make a cup of coffee very, very quickly if this goes sideways. Because I can't be going on beating my head into the ground when even the simplest things don't work. So we're going to see whether the simplest things work or not. And here's where I need to go. Sudara Pamplejuce. So rather than immediately cloning it over, because it looks like I can do that, I'm not running GitHub desktop. I originally wanted to use GitHub for a bunch of multiple things and ended up not being able to do that. I was not able to use Git directly on my development laptop because it was too old, so that died from abandonment. But I'm using command line get rather than the and it gives you a thing. You can say gh repo clone. Theoretically, I may not have this available because I might not have the command gh available. I have get available and use it on a regular basis, but I may not have gh available. We can find out, but first I need to find out whether that's what I'm supposed to do. And there's the thing, because it might not be. So here's our first intro, and it's MIT licensed. I believe if I make this and set it to build things, it should build cross-platform stuff using Cmake for those things. I believe it's going to be building stuff on the GitHub repository, so I may need to fork it to do it. I'm going to find out whether he says to fork it or not. I'm also going to scooch my chat over so that I can see it more clearly, because since I sent an email, it's possible that the dev will show up. He doesn't have to. There's no reason he should, but well, I mean, there is a reason that he should, but he doesn't have to. So my first question here is, what do I do to make this work? How do I begin? It's a template repo. So the easiest thing to do is use this template here or at the top of the page to get your own repo with all the code here. I believe that means it will put it in my repository. Nope. I have a phone thingy. And I'm pretty sure I know what that was. It's fine. I'm streaming. I can't be answering my phone. Tell you what, let me put that on airplane mode. There's no way I'm going to be able to deal with the phone ringing while I try to do this. It's going to be a complete no bueno. I mean, I'm starting to try to do this thing. So I am pretty sure I have a... So it does look like I'm going to need to make a repo. So there's two things I can do here. What we're going to be doing is cloning a repo, which is this one. That's going to copy it over into my own GitHub account, which is appropriate. That is what's meant to happen. Then I am to clone it, which is to bring it over to my computer to work on. I don't know whether I am using Cmake. I think actually I have downloaded it. I believe I went and did that previously. So this is good. I'm liking how this instruction setup is working. We're going to hit this and go from here. I'm going to take a moment to check in on my repo and see whether I can subdirect. No, that's not the correct thing at all. I went to my website rather than my GitHub. So the next question becomes, so here's the Airwindows global repo, and this contains plugins. And the global repo is MIT licensed, but I'm going to want to make one that's GPL. And the reason I'm saying that is I believe that if I make it export VST3s, it will use those VST3s under the GPL license, and I don't have to sign off on a Steinberg thing that might prohibit me from using VST2 in future. Because that's legacy stuff. I am not going to let that go. So let's start by going back here and figuring out how I can make another repository. It's going to be another publicly available repository. So here I can go to here, and new is what I'm presumably going to be clicking on. And well, it's not, this is one that no longer works. And notice how it is also GPL. So that's a good sign. Airwindows is MIT, so Airwindows is going to be lenient. That's the stuff that is VST2s or audio units and was developed on my retro machine. Bunch of this other stuff is coming in other ways, but what we're going to be doing now is making another one that is Airwindows JUCE. I believe I can use a dash, and it's not going to be a private repository. It's going to be very public. That is available Need inspiration. How about psychic guacamole? I guess that would give just about anybody inspiration, wouldn't it? And we're going to initialize it with the README file. How do I describe what I'm doing? Because I'm going to be trying to describe how I'm doing. Also, let me scroll chat. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Still no chat. I'm going to be talking to myself all stream, so it's okay if there's no chat. GPL'd. Hey, Jeff Feats, psychic guacamole, indeed. May or may not duplicate plugins in the Airwindows repo. Good enough. Good enough. Get ignore template. Do we have a Mac OS? What should I be using? Maybe it's going to come with, Pamplejuce might come with its own. And we're going to choose the most recent GPL. We're going to choose GPL v3. That's what I saw on the other JUCE related thing. And we're going to do this. And I'm creating the public repository. That's exactly right. I think I can extend this the way that I have. I'm not sure get ignore is actually going to work there. Oh, retracting the quip. It's fine. You're fine. Do we have anything here? That's all. That was the only thing. So now how do I... Well, I'll tell you one thing. On desktop, I have this repo. This is the clone of the big Airwindows repo, and it lives on my desktop, and these are all the things in it, including stuff that has not come out yet. Some of that is available on GitHub and hasn't been built, and you shouldn't necessarily use it because sometimes that stuff needs debugging, and it's not ready. In this case, a bunch of it, I believe, is ready, but first things first. I have a Airwindows folder on my desktop with this stuff in it. And if I scooch it over to the side, I could make another folder. Have I spelled that right? Calling that Airwindows. I'm being very ambitious considering that I don't know whether any of this is going to work, but if it does work, I will know what I'll need to do with it. So I'll have two branches, and one of them is the original plugins, and one of them is the stuff that I build in this new form, assuming it can be made to work. And other people have been able to make this work, so I shouldn't assume I can't. It's possible that I can. And I'm going to want to use get to duplicate, though. Maybe I should be putting that. Let's see whether I can first of all scooch my terminal up here for the moment. Now, one concern that I have, oh no, wait, that's not a concern. I'm fine. Timur, I'm not thinking about that right now. I know somebody who's doing it, so I don't remember who it is. So what I'm going to be wanting to do is, okay, so I just did this, right? What I'm looking to do is create the new folder and have it be sort of Git enabled. based on what I just made. And then I'm going to be copying in, or I'm going to be creating a folder in there called plugins. It's going to act very much like this one here. This is my repository that you see on GitHub, because there's like get stuff sort of all in the middle of this here. This whole folder gets brought up to GitHub and shared. Everything that I do here, all the changes, it all gets included. And so I'm going to be wanting to duplicate that, but in JUCE form. And as you see, there's a subfolder that says plugins, and I'm looking to do something like that, because plugins contain stuff like MacAU, and MacAU contains all of this. And this is the code. This is how this works. I bring new code, I put it into these folders, and Git brings it onto GitHub where people can use it. So I'm going to be wanting to duplicate something like that. I'm a little scattered. So we're apparently not even going to use the Airwindows thing. So what I'm going to be looking to do is this. See where it says Airwindows JUCE public and there's nothing really here yet? I'm going to create the folder on my computer and use Git to put that folder on my GitHub account. And only then will I make the new repository here. I'm waiting on that. And then we'll just see how that works out, I guess. At some point, I might need to write all of this stuff down. In fact, maybe it would be a good idea for me to, I don't know, I could fire up a text file and use that. How about that? So here's my instructions for how I go about doing this kind of stuff. And like I said, first thing is for the code, repo clone Airwindows JUCE. We're going to copy that. We're going to go to terminal, and then I'm going to go cd ... means go down a level. Except for it doesn't, does it? So how about instead cd /. So what I'm shooting to do here is go down a level, and instead of being on desktop Airwindows, which is the one for all of the retro plugins and interfaceless plugins, I want to go to another level, and the other level is to be also on the desktop as a folder. Let's see if that worked. Got there. And now we are on, no we're not. Okay, that didn't work correctly at all. However, maybe, see, that did the same thing. This tilde sign can send you to, ls means list, sending you to your home directory. And on macOS, the home directory is the one that I have that says Christopher Johnson on it. So what I was shooting to do, honestly, I want to find out whether too many arguments. So here's what I thought I had done, was go to the Airwindows directory. And if I list files there, that's now the this. And as you can see, plugins and stuff. If I make another directory in there, it's going to be mixed up all with the other plugins, and all of that repository has MIT license all over it. I want to have a separate repository that strictly says GPL all over it, and is a whole separate place. Oh, you're quite welcome, Tim Arcade. This is me taking however long it takes in order to get through. I'm going to peek at mail and see if I heard back from Sudara. Doesn't look like it. Okay. I also have a bit of a treat coming. I have ordered a new Roswell mic. Roswell started to make a mini K47 that's designed for kick drum and has a little lower frequency response, which is, it already had plenty of low frequency response, and is much less efficient. So I'm going to want to take the one that I've got, which I've only just barely used, and move it down here into this room so that I can use it for just regular stuff, including maybe backing vocals, percussion. If I have any acoustic guitars or instruments like that, I can use it for that. And then put the dedicated kick drum mic on the kick drum of the drum kit. Because what I had to do to make that work was run the kick drum mic through a sort of resistive pad. And it worked, but apparently this kind is designed to operate just fine. So where we were at, terminal. So I am now in the middle of the Airwindows folder. I navigated to that, and here's where I can do my plugin things, like the most recent. It's pull origin master to make it be the same as what's on GitHub, just in case anything changed. It's not likely to. Add everything. Commit with the message of Air3, that's the most recent one, the one that I just put out, and then push origin master. And once it does that, it makes the GitHub website, which is not mine, but which is also being paid for by Microsoft. So like if I pass away and all of my websites die, that could still be there. And I'm going to want to make a whole separate folder. So where we're inside the wrong folder, and I want to go to the desktop and then create the new folder by doing a git clone operation, which I think is going to work. And so I need to do cd. I think cd dot will work, but I put a additional, let's see, and it does. So dot is go to one lower level than you were at. You can do dot slash and it'll go 2 levels down. Stuff like that. So now we've got what we just copied, namely GH repo clone Airwindows JUCE. In theory, this will make a folder on the desktop with what I had in here, which is a license and a README. The license is the GPL. I'm trying to see whether it says what license it is, the about. No, apparently not, but it's next to the README it says. So we're going to paste that and see what it does. Do I have the command GH on my computer? No, I don't. However, we can try it again because I know I can git clone. I do have git. I think GH might be some kind of fancier thing they're doing. And remember, this is now run by Microsoft, so I don't necessarily trust all the things that they're doing. And I don't necessarily want to go along with all of their little fancies about this is how you should do it today. Let's see if this works. Fatal repository Airwindows JUCE does not exist. Well, gosh, it looks like it exists. So here's your problem. I'm going to put on a track, or just do Taming the Zox, and it's right there. Because I need to go and make a cup of coffee so that I can handle all this, because I can't even clone the repo. So we'll have that going, and time for me to make my first cup of coffee for the day. Technically second, first espresso for the day. I will be back. That's about 6 minutes of that, which I think is about enough. Still, gotta love drums, bass, guitars, and Zoxbox. So here's where we left off. Now that I have my cup of coffee, probably don't need to throw another log in the fire just yet. It's slowly warming up. I have been stacking firewood for days, man. It's really quite something. I have lots of firewood that I've had to stack, and I've stacked it all. So, I apparently cannot get clone Airwindows JUCE because it doesn't exist, but it looks like it exists. So if I did this, well, that's a web URL. Here's all of our clone options. Here's some instructions. It is possible that I could do a remote add to do this. Let's roll that back for a moment. So, code. And, you know, one thing I could do is simply download a zip of it, plunk the bit that I care about where it needs to be, and then try to connect that. So let's give that a shot. Got this here. That does include everything that it needed to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename that folder. You can't see it, but it's there. To just Airwindows JUCE. I'm not trying to drop it there. I'm just putting it there so you can see it. I'm holding it up to the camera. And just for laughs, I'm going to put the same red marker on it that I had on the regular Airwindows repository. Now we're going to try to make these things talk. So instead of just going from desktop, we're going to go to CD Airwindows JUCE. We can successfully go here, and this should have get information in it, allowing me to connect the two things together. We're going to see whether that is true. So if I'm in a correct place, this is how I do it. I go get pull origin master, and it should be talking to the one on the web. Fatal, not a get repository. That's somewhat concerning. So I tried to do get clone Airwindows JUCE. I have notes around here somewhere. I think it's terminal velocity. Like, these are my instructions for how you go. Oh, I think I see. See, get clone, it's using that HTTPS information. That's how I did the bespoke synth. That's how I did Monique. That's how I did Surge. See, it's get clone HTTPS form. So just because I don't have the one doesn't mean I can't have something. So HTTPS form, clone using the web URL. We're going to go back and we're going to try this again. And let's delete this that doesn't actually relate to anything, and cd ... if I can actually make it do it. Hello. Oh, it went to trash. There. There's where we're supposed to be. Root folder, or home folder desktop. And I'm going to be looking to try to use the other form. And then I got to type in the HTTPS version. This is what I did in former ones that worked. So let's see if this does any good. And yeah, it seems a lot happier now. It's doing the thing. Not only that, it's even giving me the name that I wanted for it. So cool. Now I go into that folder. And we're going to go back to some of this stuff, like get poll origin master. There should be nothing needed to be done. Oh? Oh, now, come on. What must I do to make these things talk to each other? We're not even getting started on Pamplejuce because Git won't work. Well, nothing to be done but figure it out. So when it says fatal, couldn't find remote ref master, let's do a little web searching on what that means. It's probably an old problem, so interesting. So we've got some things we can do here, such as git fetch. That's different from git pull. I don't know what it means, but it's something that could be done. It'll fail if the remote branch was deleted or renamed. I totally didn't, but nor should I be having case issues. It's going to be case sensitive. Oh, hang on. I think we're doing get poll origin master, which is what this regular folder, the original repository, uses, but maybe it's simply not using that. So if so, I am simply using the wrong terminology and might be able to update it for the other one, for all I know. Main. Okay. I'm cool. I am sort of an old school technocrat, so I automatically think to myself, oh yeah, it's like on SCSI where you have the master disk and or whatever, the controller. But check this out. Got there. I'm going to try something. Also, it's going to, oh, it's already up to date. One down, and we're going to go to the other one. Is it just as happy to use that term? Can I just swap it in? Yes. Oh, or not. Well then. So we're figuring out things bit by bit. We're unfortunately horribly distracted and not even close to trying to use Pamplejuce, and it's like an hour in, but sometimes that's just how that rolls. if we're doing this, and I can see why you might want to, how do we go about doing that? Settings, branches, there's a drop down. Settings. There's a drop down, eh? I don't see it. I see how we do this, and I'm a little worried about changing it in case it blows everything up. That would be kind of sad. Oh. Branches. Nope. You know, this might not be the day for dealing with this one. Requests, archives, pushes, danger zone. Okay, we're going to be careful about that. You know what? I'm not going here today. I'm just going to make a mental note that we have that going on. Hopefully I'll be able to remember it. And, oh, heaven's sake. Pamplejuce notes. We hadn't even saved it. There we go. Alrighty, and back over to here. We're gonna create a folder. And I want the case sensitivity to be the same at, nope, that was lowercase. Let's not get too flaky with this. Let's have it be as identical apart from the terminology, which I am approve of changing. This started very long ago. I don't see the pop-up that they said you had. Maybe I will go and find. I also don't know whether this will screw up anybody else's stuff downstream. And that's a bit of a concern. I feel like I can't really do that, but the new stuff does get renamed to main. I'm not going to attempt to put it back to the old school name because it's legit to not be, tossing that around willy-nilly. Like, why would you enjoy that? So, here's what we've got. Once we get back to some of this stuff, it's rescuing old stuff. Git add a, now that I've added that folder, scrolling back through all the repo stuff. Git commit, and now we're not in that other repo. Whoa, yes. Slow down. Slow the heck down. I didn't add anything, did I? Because I'm not in the right place. See, here's your problem. We want to be here and do the same thing. See, that looks very similar, but now I'm in a different place. This is the place I need to be in order to add this plugins. We're going to see whether we can make this go to the website. This is all really primitive stuff, but I'm not a smart man, so we're walking through all the primitive stuff. And I invited Sidara to go and check out my experiences with working with Pamplejuce. So I weep for you if you're sitting through all of this. I will probably have to send another email saying, yeah, skip ahead an hour. Anyways, eventually we'll get to where we can actually play with the correct stuff. Because we're putting all of these things in places, and I'm trying my level best to explain to a completely naive audience, such as myself, what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. And hopefully it'll be useful to somebody somewhere. We've just added that empty folder plugins. And I don't have to step back to the last time I typed it. I'm just doing that because I'm not a smart man and I'm trying to get all the details right. And I know that I successfully did commit before, so I just skip back and do that. If this works, it will be a workflow, one that I can repeat. And if this works, that means I can start going through and running amok with all this crazy stuff. That'll be very exciting because it's not like I've never done GUI stuff before. Back in the day, I did. I have, firstly, let's do that. One file changed. Same deal with walking way back to the last time this was seen, and we've just committed the new thing. And push origin main, I need to use main. Hi, now what's happening? My username is Airwindows. And if I am not mistaken, I got to go and look something up. So what this is going to look like is me in BabyEdit hunting down something. BabyEdit's recents is cluttered with all kinds of mess. I've got my stuff written down and sort of mentally encoded. Hey, Smooth and everything. It's a good enough morning. This is a silly morning. This is a morning of me trying to learn how to program in JUCE using Pamplejuce. And all that's really happening is I'm struggling with Git forever. But sometimes that's just how it be. So I have a Dropbox folder with a bunch of my stuff in it, including passwords. And the passwords are not in plain text, but they are in a mental note for myself. That said, I am still going to not show that on stream. Like, I've got some things that are in plain text are some passwords for plugins and things. Like, I've got a Voxengo serial number visible here, so it's not going to be shown. But all of my private stuff basically is a sort of referential thing. I know what it means, but it's kind of in code, and it's all different all over the place. And I'm going to try to find where I've got GitHub in this list. And if I'm able to find it, which I should be, because it should be there, I would think it would be like way up top, but maybe I'm not seeing it. I've got bank stuff. Again, nothing is ever in plain text. It's all in like a private reference that reminds me of what form I use. GitHub, where are you, GitHub? Apple ID, same deal. There's things like variations on a theme. There's ones that I call hardcore. That's just a gibberish password that I've memorized. And I need to find GitHub somewhere in here. Again, I'll get to a point where I am just stopped because I'm already trying to think of what I'm going to do with... Oh, there we go. And there is a hardcore. So It claims to be original hardcore. Fatal authentication. Okay, so here's where we got. So when trying to do that, I got this. Support for password authentication was removed. Authentication failed. Now I have gotten through this with the other repository, but before I even get to play with Pamplejuce, I have to get through this somehow. What I'm trying to do, as I've explained before, is upload this single empty blank folder, there's nothing in here, to the website. If I can do that, I can talk back and forth between the website and my computer. However, authentication failed because it asked for password authentication and then refused to use it. Hopefully I can get through all of this while still being able to stream. Some of this is like, I may have to go and make another cup of espresso. The last thing I want to do is like accidentally fat finger publicize my entire ID. We're being given a web page. Let's go and look at the web page. We'll not worry about this renaming master domain. It says, oh, it'll only show if you have 2 or more branches? Yeah, I don't actually have 2 or more branches. So that's not actually good information. Copy to point head and change the default and delete. All of this feels really scary for me. You can see I can't even get a new thing going, so I don't know if I want to deal with that. That looks good though. This looks handy. However, let's skip that for today. Okay, personal access token. I'm not using GitHub Desktop, I'm using CLI, thank you very much. So let's see. So tell you what, you're just going to look at my pretty face for the moment because what I'm doing is digging around and we haven't even gotten to near dealing with where we need to be. We're stuck. This could be 8 hours of struggling with Git. If so, you will hang there with me for the entire experience, and I will awe and impress everybody with my tenacity and patience in dealing with this revolting nonsense. But, oh, and let us also pin Airwindows JUCE and unpin some of this other stuff. People can get excited about this, but God knows if anything's even going to happen with it. This is what I just did. None of the repositories were changed. I've just pinned them differently. I really, really, really want to just go and make another cup of coffee right now. But what I'm going to do is shut off the display and then go searching for my profile. That didn't help. My settings, not my projects, not my repositories, settings. I bet it's going to be settings. Because I'm looking for keys and things. So connecting using SSH keys. So here's the deal. I've like literally got the key that I need on the computer that I'm using, and I use it every week to update stuff with the regular Airwindows web page. I'm scared to death that I'm going to break that, but I shouldn't have to. And what I do not believe that, actually, I don't know if showing this page on screen would be a deadly security blunder for me. I'm not showing it because I don't know, but we do have a guide on connecting to GitHub using SSH keys. So we've added that. Working with SSH key passphrases. Oh, I do have a SSH key that's being used. I'm actually also using a passphrase. So this is all good. I'm just bouncing around among these things. Once I have this sorted, I'll go back to showing the screen. I can test my SSH connection. It says SSH-T, presumably for test. Haha. That looks promising. Got there. I have successfully authenticated. So I know what to do, and I'm in the right place as far as being in the Airwindows JUCE folder. What we're doing is we're trying to make git commit and git push work. Git push origin main is not yet working. So we're doing pretty good. I am a little concerned that, see the stuff I'm looking at right now? I was only able to get that folder onto my computer by using an HTTP style thing. So the git config on my server would presumably be, let's go and investigate that. All of these things being opened. Why am I not seeing the git config file? Do I not have one? Does the other repository have one? So I'm being asked that a particular file be structured in a certain way. However, it doesn't show up, but I know it must be in this because it works. I don't see any way to show dot files, but this is a dot file, so in theory that should, yeah, I don't see git config here, but it must be here for this to even work. So remote origin. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the one that does actually work and try to remember the control for using, and when I say control for using, what I mean is you should be able to show a dot files here. However, I know I can do that and see if I do LSA, that shows dot files. So check this out. This is the Airwindows JUCE folder. I don't see a git config. I do this one, there's going to be a lot more there. I still don't see a git config. I do see .git. So I'd like to display that to the terminal, but I'm not that much of a terminal guy that I'm real familiar with the kinds of things I can use. I know I wouldn't be wanting to use Vi because that's just baffling. I seem to remember the program Pico is a little bit more accessible for people who aren't familiar with terminal. So ain't nothing there. So let's exit. That's blank. Git ignore is, yeah. So we're looking for something that seems not to exist. Back to the correct folder. So yeah, git, oh, hang on. .git is presumably a folder. Okay, well, if that's the case, that looking at it in Finder doesn't actually help, nor does that help. But see what it says? I think it's showing. Yeah, it's showing. Where it says .git/config. I tried to open .git in Pico, and that behaved as if it was a file. It's not actually a file. It's a folder. It contains stuff. Therefore, we can do that again and go .git/config. Now let's see what we got. Haha. So remote origin, and it needs to be configured in the correct way. This bit seems okay. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be showing any passwords or creepy private stuff, only stuff that everybody gets to see. And we're going to scoot over to here and change the way this is configured. Then it will probably work. We hope, we hope, we hope. So rather than that, git at github.com, and then instead of this, that, and then the fetch thing appears to be correct. Branch main, remote origin, merge, refs, heads, main, that's presumably correct. Okay, so that should actually make it so that it works. This up pointing arrow is control, so write out, wrote it out, exit. Now let's try that again. After all this stuff, see, we added the thing, push origin main, aha. Let's go back to my pretty face so that we can close some of these things that are showing. I didn't actually have to do anything with my private, super secret keys. And having closed those things, Here's where we say new repository. Here is Airwindows JUCE. Let's refresh the page. Hi, what do you think you're doing? Not being a folder. That seems weird. Okay, we ain't as far along as we thought, but this is looking positive. See, I've got a plugins folder, and let's literally move our notes into the plugins folder. I'm going to squish that together into one word, just because using shell operations, you have to escape spaces. Otherwise, it thinks it's multiple files. And so we're calling it that. BBEdit is very clever and updated itself just fine. We're going to call that use get origin main. We're going to save that. And then we're going to do some of this terminal stuff again. And maybe we're even going to get to a point where we can start doing the actual JUCE stuff after having struggled with all of this nonsense. So we're already in the right place. We see it says cd ... Airwindows JUCE, but we're there. So we're up to date. Did we just delete the folder that was here? We shouldn't have, and we didn't. So now we have a folder and we have a file in it. Maybe that's going to help. Maybe it just didn't want to add the folder if it was an empty folder. I wouldn't think so. I would think that it would be doing its thing and it would keep track of stuff, organizational stuff like that. That would have been my guess. I would have thought that it would be able to do that, but maybe I'm wrong. New coffee coming very soon, I think. I think I had a capital A for that. This is why I always scroll back through the Yeah, see, this is why I always am scrolling back through the thing, is because I'm capable of scrambling things like case and stuff, just trying to keep track of everything. And if I do a tiny change, it'll be telling it to do something else. So now that we've done that, we are now going to do our commit. And commit -m for message. Added plugins folder, which we're currently not seeing. And now we're going to add notes. This commit is for adding notes. It says 2 files changed, 2 insertions, create mode. And now we're going to do push that. I'm really going to want to change the main Airwindows repository over to main because it's just going to be confusing. Although honestly, I can think of worse things than constantly being reminded of this interacting with a larger society thing and the reasons that one might change stuff like that. I can think of worse things than being constantly reminded of that. But for now, this should push correctly. All I have to do is my little and it says it wrote objects. It says it put stuff from the local I'm assuming that I have the local and the main correctly worked out. And now if we refresh it, are we going to see our new folder? Got there. Got there. I don't know why I didn't do that first. But now we are starting to really see progress. And there's our file. And there we go. Guess what? Now we can try to do this thing. How about redesigned Fistic? How about not? So if you remember, what we were being asked to do was make a repository. What we're going to do is make a repository using this exact technique, but we're going to put it in a subfolder. And we're going to see whether that works. And we're going to go inside that. Oh, wait, no. Oop. We got a subfolder, but we've already got a subfolder there. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Is this actually gonna help? See what it's doing? See how it says owner Airwindows repository name, and I'm trying to type in the slashes to put it in a subfolder, but it doesn't want to go. I need to figure this out. It'll just place I need to have it not place it at root level. Creating from a template with the same directory structure, branches, and files. Well, that part's correct, except for I gotta place it elsewhere. I'm gonna want to keep that, but the template, so I like that. I like the single commit. This all is very correct. This all seems good. This is the correct thing. Well, we can just place it. The question is, can we move it into the right place? Moving a repository into a subfolder. Sounds complicated. SU, huh? Well, we're pretty sure that at this point we could, in fact, just make it and it'll be at the root level. I want to template create it, but not at the root level, and that's where it becomes interesting. So repository name. What it really wants is for me just to use the base name. I could do that, but I want to create it in the place it's going to be. I'm perfectly happy to do it only on the Get website and then go from there. I don't care about commit history. There's next to nothing there. There we've got something. I don't care about the history. I do not care about the history. I do care about the fact that Git remembers all kinds of things. So I could, in theory, create it, make it on my desktop, put it into the folder that I also have on my desktop, and have it still not be quite right. Also, I'm pretty sure SU is super user, and I don't think I necessarily need to kick my terminal into root power to do that, especially while live streaming. Maybe that's not necessarily the smartest thing. So this looks complicated as butts. That's the opposite. Let's make a more complicated thing. It's the kind of thing people might ask. So there's GitHub's actual docs. This is all about what we're actually using now. Huh. Create from a template. Okay. So what I'm looking to do with this is I would really like to have a workflow where I can template this repository. It's going to template what Pamplejuce is at the moment. That means in future, if it changes or improves, I'll be able to retemplate the new things. I can use the description. I can start it like I'm going to have to work on the notes if it is more complicated. But what I'm trying to do is use this, right? So that's already a repository, but I'm trying to template this into what is already a repository so that it can sort of inherit my stuff in the existing repository, and it's going to need to go into the plugin subfolder to match what I've already done with the regular Airwindows thing. However, what it says is it's going to be creating an entirely new one in which it's just replacing those slashes with dashes, and that means it's not honoring or respecting what I'm talking about. Instead, it's going to think that it's an entirely different repository, and that's not helpful. So that's no good. That's not okay. So I got to figure out what to do create from a template. So first of all, what we're going to do is I'm going to make another espresso because clearly we're still on the GitHub side of things. We're still not even able to clone a template. I know how I could be doing it, but I also know how it needs to go. And let's just play a little music from Welcome to Free Luna. Will I go off? This is available on Bandcamp, by the way. I'll be back with another cup of coffee. I wonder if I just kind of got a zip file, would I be able to make it work from there? I wonder if that would actually be the way to do it. I mean, I suppose I could try. Alrighty. There we are. Music acquired. We are back trying to figure out what we're doing with this stuff here. So here's another possible question. Seeing as we need to create this, but we can't create it like this. It doesn't seem to be designed that you can take a template and then place a repository, but do we have a on the website convenient way to move one repository at root level into a subfolder so that it can live here? Here's where it needs to go. If we can take what we create here and move it to here, we're done. So creating the repository from the template, that's not giving me any useful information at all, like at all. It's saying a bunch of stuff, but that's very unhelpful. it's possible that templates are just way more useless than I thought. Bearing in mind that I can also just take the repository and download it as a zip file or who knows what else. And you can fork stuff. It's possible that forking forking, I don't necessarily want to keep all of the commit history. I'm quite willing to adopt it as a blank. So move a repository into another repository. I guess it's kind of like merging. Oh, hi, somebody says there's one way to copy it, including all history. Well, I don't care about history. That is extremely simple. But it's not working. Oh, okay, well, never mind. It's extremely simple and doesn't work. Do not care about the history. Do not care about the tags. That's the whole point of using a template. That's the whole point of using a template. Don't care about transferring issues. Don't care about history. On the other hand, what are they? We don't need to get updates. I'm willing to let it not be linked to the original one because that seems like it might be a world of hurt. Transferring sounds like it's going to other people's possession. They'll both be in my possession. Without history. That might get me a little closer. Sudaro, this is the dude. Well, here, I can show you. The only reason I'm talking about that is, look at this. Here's the main Airwindows repo. And it has plugins. And it has a bunch of things. However, using Pamplejuce templates, instead of looking like this with all of the individual, it doesn't need to look like that. But the plugins will end up having all of these that will initially be templated off of Pamplejuce. Thing is, I can't really be having literally the root level of, the root level of this just literally full of all the JUCE repos. I can make one of them and I'd be happy. That seems like a fine idea. Tell you what. Let's start with making literally one of them at root level. And I call it gain because if I can make it process things, that's the first thing to do. I'm going to call it capital gain because I usually capitalize my things. And we're going to do a test thing. And I can worry about moving it around later. Like I said, I'm absolutely, if this works, and hopefully it'll work, I'm absolutely going to be wanting to move all of those into the repository that I have currently got on my desktop for the very purpose of, see, I can drag this into where you can see it. These are my folders. That's the builds for all the stuff. And assigned Mac is where stuff gets created. Airwindows is what currently exists. And Airwindowpedia and what, and then the one that says Airwindows-JUCE is what's going to become something. And in Airwindows on my desktop, this is what we've got. We've got similar things like Bacon Paul's stuff needs to read these things in order to generate his sort of automated stuff. And I've got the plugin subdirectory. And that mirrors what's on GitHub. So I basically need to make a root level sort of JUCE-based one. And it's going to end up looking like this, which is why they can't all sit on the base level of my repository. I will end up having to move it into a relevant place eventually. Plus, the whole area is going to be GPL'd, and this whole area is MIT licensed. So there's a reason why I need to be fussy, but it doesn't have to be made fussy right now. I can leave that alone. This is the JUCE folder. Airwindows JUCE is set up where I've got a plugin subfolder, and they're going to end up here in the long run. But for the time being, let's and there's our directory, and let's create it. That at least should work. And I'm absolutely going to do that. Thank you for this suggestion. I was kind of going in that direction anyhow. Alrighty, well, we'll see what happens. I have your instructions written there, and now you know to skip ahead 2 hours if you ever revisit this to see how I got on. And yeah, let's see whether we can make it go. And you know, it's anybody's guess as to whether it will be a couple of dozen more, but we can go from here. I can always delete it if it's just a test build. And time for me to go back to the original page, because what we have now is well, that's funny. We now have this, and this is what we just made. So the template part worked just fine. Not going to worry about this at the moment. I can check and see what I'm going to want to duplicate what I have for the regular Airwindows repo, but not yet. Not just yet. So we have to go back, not worried about that stuff at the moment. We have to go back to the original page because that's where I was getting instructions. We're doing the thing. You did use the template. Let's, I guess, clone it to the desktop. I think that should work. I'm going to be wanting to, well, I'm going to have to work on this stuff locally. So let's see. So what was I doing to clone this other stuff? I did this. It made a wrong folder, but I was able to fix it. So that could be part of the concept. Where I've just stopped because I'm looking at it and going, oh hey, I'm already in the Airwindows JUCE folder. I could clone it into there. That doesn't mean that it will be a weird tangle of thinking it's in two different places at once. I'll have one folder where it will start getting stuff from the root level thing, and then it will also be echoed in this other repo because it'll have been cloned into the other repo too. That seems like a world of hurt. We're not even going there. We're going to go to desktop. We're going to clone I think it says get on the end. And that looks like that is in fact working. However, we are also going to need to do the same change that we did before. So let's Pico get config. And in order to make this work, we have to update that part. So let's go back to the bit that we were at before. Remember how we had this thing going on about using the forwarding? We've got another step in here that needs to be used. So I have to find the previous one. I did find the previous one. So let's also find the instructions. Git clone your new repo. So what I can do is I can go back to terminal. No, I can't. Terminal's being used. Let's make another terminal. And dial it back. Oh, hang on. Do we even... Oh, okay, let's keep going forward. No? Oh, all that history only belongs in this terminal. That's desperately worrying. Okay, so we're gonna do this about 5 different ways in order to get there. I know I'll be able to do it. I might need more cups of coffee doing it, but here's where we're at. Here's the size of the stack right now. I have successfully copied the thing that we created at root level using this. So we need this instruction. So I need to put that in my instructions. It's okay that it says gain. I will add notes. And my instructions ensue. So we've already done that. And then Pico get config. So this is what I need in order to be able to function. Doesn't really matter how twisted stuff is, as long as I can walk through something like this to get to the end. This is a bunch of additional stuff that wasn't even in the original instructions, but I need it. And now that I've done that, now I go over here and look up what this has to say, which will be a colon leading up to that bit. Everything else is fine. But I got to put it in my instructions. And I am pretty sure that is correct. Yep. Yep, complete with the colon in front of my account. And now I can do that here. Except for I can't do it with the mouse, so I got to do it with the keys. That's fine. So it's changing that there, and then get at github.com, and there we have it. Although I might end up moving it to the correct place and then including it there. because that seems like we're still looking for trouble right there. This also might be where I can move the thing too. That could be where I can move it. So this could be the place where... Is it possible to build discontinuity from source through the repo? If you can make it build, good for you. I cannot help you with that part. It's hard enough for me getting anything to build from source in the first place. So if you try to build it and it does not work, I cannot help you. Also, good luck using a key for it and trying to build the signed version if you don't have access to my credentials. So that is a whole other story. That said, there's like VST2 versions. There's two different, for the Macs, there's two different versions, the retro versions and the signed versions. And either of those could be used to build something. So you have many chances to try to do it. So let's see, let's save this. No, let's not save that. Let's save this. And then let's write this out. Again, this may be where I end up moving the thing. Honestly, that's such a good idea that maybe it's worth trying. I don't know. It would be delightfully simple. In fact, I'm going to add that to my notes. However, the GitHub Action stuff might not work if relocated in this way. So, I don't know. We'll find out. First things first, we're going to try to make it work at all. Only then do we worry about moving it or dealing with it in any way that's functional. We'll leave that. That's been written out, so we're going to exit. So in theory, we've now got a this hanging around. So download Cmake. You know something? I think I probably have it. This is Cmake. It exists as a macOS GUI program. Mind you, I'm not entirely sure that this is all of the delightful. It's Unix makers thing, so it's like you can't read the where's the source code part, and it doesn't look like native, but whatever. It exists. It's here. It's a recent version. Hey, Andrew. Yeah. Well, one of the things, Andrew, is that this is me doing my live streaming, and that's just me sharing my time. And part of the reason I'm here is if people ask questions about the plugins, I can answer them. So this is just basically killing time and doing my level best with what I've got. So the fact that it's not well attended. By the way, are you Andrew Belt? If so, cool on you. I've been touting VCV Rack for some time and entirely enjoy what you've done with it. But let's see. Where was I at? Anywho, if not, cool for you anyway, by the way. Download Cmake. Okay, this part I can do. We're going to populate the program. So we are in this, so that's cool. And we're also going to grab because this always gets entered into my notes. Git that is going to run my stuff and download the bits that it needs. And in particular, if you're having 30 to 40 people attending your talks, I could see how you'd be Andrew Belt. I would not be anywhere near there, although I could probably go to like AES. And give me a couple of years, I could go to AES and get people to show up. But firstly, let's do this very basic, simple thing, which is git. And what this is doing is bringing up all of the resources that it needs. It's putting all of the most recently built resources for things. You can rerun this to bring all of the submodules up to date. Submodules are things that are living inside JUCE and are being included in stuff. I have never been to a thing that covers my travel and hotel. Though I've gone to stuff, though, which I paid for going to travel and hotel, but that would be more like conventions rather than something like that. ZenCon. I'm not even sure what ZenCon is. Now, we're going to have some stuff to do here. By default, this will track JUCE's develop branch. That's probably fine. If it's doing it, oh, fair enough. Yeah, it sounds more and more like you're the Andrew I'm thinking. I'm honored. Enjoy my extreme stupidity. I can do things like the recent plugin that I made, Air 3, which is a variation on Kalman filters, so I can make good sounds. I'm just not smart about programming. I am also a decent designer, and I have grand visions for audio things. Honestly, one of the things I'd like to be doing, mostly going forwards, is getting up, because I'm a big Reaper fan, and Reaper lets you use stuff for free. I'd like to move where I can do my console systems in their most developed form in Reaper, using VCV Rack as the source of the sounds, because a lot of my sounds are like a drum kit, a modular synthesizer, which is literally, here if I bounce over to main cam, yeah, the modular synthesizer here is what I do a lot of sound with, and people normally can't have these, but they can have things like Rack. And I'd really like to start popularizing the use of stuff like that. Anyway, I keep assuming that you're Andrew. Well, maybe you're not. I don't know. But I do also have to get back to this that I'm doing. And we're at the replace Pamplejuce with the name of your project. So let's do that. That's going to be in the Cmake. So I'm going to go and find the Cmake now. Look, I have this. Oh, Cmake lists. Bingo. I'm a little familiar with what this is. I've seen it before in the builds for. Here's the stuff I'm going to be working with. The builds for my VSTs on Linux. There's a Cmake lists that shows up. So, Pamplejuce with the name of my product and Cmake list where the product name is first set. That's probably going to be fairly high up on the list. Oh, how well designed. Look at that. Change me. I love stuff like that. I am very happy with how this works. Because, Okay, I like this. I'm pretty sure I don't know exactly how one comments stuff out. Like you could, in theory, comment stuff out by going nope. Or no, actually no, this is how you comment here. However, we're going to be including all of these things. I love, this is beautiful. I am very happy with Sidara for this. Change me. We're changing this. It's like self-documenting. This is very, very pleasing and reassuring. Product name can have spaces. However, this cannot. Good, understood, understood. I'm comfortable with that, and that's because scripting in the terminal needs to have spaces escaped. So there's a separate place where we can specify that. I'm pretty sure I can read down this and start doing stuff. I'll be interested to see at what point does it get to places where I'm not needing to do it, and that it's not being said here where you're supposed to do that. However, we're doing great so far. I'm very happy with how this is being spelled out. So, yep, major version, you know what? That don't really work that way. When I make plugins, it is doing it, and then I'll do a whole separate plugin with the 2 or 3 or something tacked onto the end of it. Very much like this. See, alphabetical. Channel 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's because I care very much about allowing people to have access to previous versions when they are used to using them, or when they have mixes that need to recall exactly the right thing. And so I'm not going to be worried about that. Any new, it would be here. The new version would be named that. I'm assuming you can use letters and numbers, but we can't have spaces, and that's fine. I'm used to that. That works just fine. So I'm actually appending versions on the end of the actual name that's used as the title of the plugin. Set product name, and here's where we do that. So here's the one where we can have spaces, and it's got a space. Very well demonstrated. Change me, company name, that's going to be me. That's going to be Airwindows. I am interested in whether it needs a specific. The questions I begin to ask around here are, does this need to match what's in Xcode? Does this want a particular format? Does this want some special version of it? For now, we're going to assume that if it's used for the bundle name and installers, it's got a space in it, so it's not code form. And I'll be able to use it as I would normally type it rather than inside. However, here, this does in fact need to be like this. Bundle identifier is usually a particular, like, for instance, with Air 3, I ended up calling it, because I had a Air 1, which was AIYR, so that it would be 4 letters. And then I would increment it each way along. So one more than AIRR would be AIYS, would be Air 2, and then Air 3 ended up becoming AIYT. And I'm pretty sure that's how this works. But in this case, we're using the plugin just simply named Gain. So the macOS identifier code, I'm using lowercase for it, and we're going to just call it that. I think you do not get to add lots of extra stuff for the macOS bundle identifier. I think you're stuck with 4 letters. I'm not absolutely sure. Actually, how can it be? That can't be true, because we've got it like that. So for starters, we're going to set it up like this. We're going to have these be the choices. I'm legally allowed to put out VST2s, which not everybody is. This would be quite amusing. Maybe we can just Also fascinating that we have Unity. I wonder if we can end up talking to the Godot people and having a Godot format, because that would be sweet. I would be so excited. I would immediately start running around doing all the Godot versions. But for now, let's leave this the way it is. It is apparently including AUV3. And I'll leave off the VST for now. I would like to see clap here. I don't see it as a valid choice, and I'm okay with that for now. But at some point, it would be great to see clap included so that I could have this be my clap export. Currently, my only option for clap is to wait for Bacon Paul to do the same thing that he did for the Rack plugin, because the Rack plugin incorporates all the audio code for the entire Airwindows system as a giant kind of large machine that sucks all the audio code into a single plugin that you then choose among. It's a brilliant piece of work and it maintains itself, but I don't have a clap version doing the same thing. And I'm not willing to push on that because it's very generous for him even to do the Rack version. And to follow it up with a clap version is another batch of work. It would be along the same lines, but still. Boom, another cup of coffee incoming. Now, this should be fine. That's going to be the same. So what this stuff means is project, and it's going to fill in. Whenever, this is also the case for templates in Xcode, and the old version of Xcode, is when you see stuff like this, it is a way of filling in something that's already been defined as reuse this text that you've added, meaning you don't have to keep doing it over and over again. Project name here gets put in here. Include JUCE defaults. Fine, this is not asking me to choose anything. It is set up as a submodule. I can keep doing that. AUV3 seems to be an option, and if this works, it will produce them. That would mean I would be producing AUV3s free. Out of this, they would be GPL'd, and they would be included. So yeah, if we can make this work, it will produce VST3s. It will produce AUV3s. So I'll be making stuff for iPad and iPhone. I'll be making stuff for VST3, and it'll be GPL'd, meaning that I will not have to sign off on Steinberg stuff for commercial development under the VST3. That's my understanding as close as I've got to it. I'm willing to go ahead on that because if there is any legal problems from that, I'm quite willing to stop that and refuse to put out VST3s. I don't want any trouble from Steinberg. I'm going to be continuing to make the VST2s, and they can kind of suck that up. And I'm willing to do VST3s under this circumstance because I'm an open source dev, and I can make stuff as GPL. But I have no interest in doing commercially licensed VST3 if it means signing off on some of the stuff that they put in their contracts. I know they took it back out again, but having done it once is enough for me. So this is the only path to VST3 for me, is totally open source GPL, and I'm happy with that. GPL is actually the one that people are not willing to mess with. MIT license, particularly commercial people, can just kind of steal that, and it's like, what are you going to do about it? And GPL, if they steal that, it has some real significance. Whereas with MIT license, I basically say, just credit me. And that's pretty much all I expect. I expect to hear back from it. GPL, there's more weight to violating that license, I feel. So let's see. This, it does. Don't need to add that. This, it does. And I don't know whether there's anything further I need to do. I would like a note saying you don't have to do any further things. Oh, no, I see change me. I see change me. Oh, you're not? Okay. Fair enough. Well, pleased to meet you, Andrew. And I'll see you later. You probably had to look up what the other Andrew was. It's all fine. So icons for the standalone app. So we've got that. There's another change me. What am I supposed to change this to? It looks like it's including these things. We've got plugin options here. I feel like I should be firing up my wood stove again, though. Like, give me a second. We're in the middle of doing this, but you can see my stove's going out, so I feel like I should attend to that. It's not the highest of urgencies, but it still needs doing. Once winter is over, I'm not going to have as much of the distractions of constantly having to fuss with the wood stove. But I have another distraction that I don't particularly enjoy, which is constantly having to vocal on and deal with an invasive vine that attacks my backyard. If anybody is an expert in things like that, I would love to hear about it, because I get this invasive vine that attacks my backyard. It's a thing called Virginia creeper. I used to have trees, and the vine attacked the trees and tore them down. Almost took up my damn house. It's crazy. It is like the giant hogweed of Genesis fame. And that is no fun at all. So let's set this up. Looking good. That ought to catch. I have not left it for so long that it won't catch. Boom. There we go. Hopefully I will remember to reset the damper. We'll see. I may or may not remember to reset the damper. Back to this. Change me. Okay. Well, this is the kind of stuff that used to throw me in JUCE, so I like how this works. He's saying a bunch of really specific things. Now, didn't I just put this in? Didn't I just say COM Airwindows gain, meaning that it should be putting in here? Didn't I just say company name, which should be getting filled in here? Why does this still say change me? Didn't I just change those things? Shouldn't it be reading it off of what I've just said here? This had better be slightly different from how it's spelled out. This claims you are copying stuff to here. And if I hold down option, I can go to library. And you can see it claims that stuff's going to be copied to this library audio plugins. There's plugins. This is in fact capital I for plugins. But that's going to specify VST, VST3, and components. You could also have pointed out that it's going to go to a subdirectory of this and not just into this overall folder. I'm going to assume for the time being that that is putting it in places like this. And it's going to include that in there too. That said, and that's a comment, so I didn't just break anything. Here is the first things where it absolutely looks like I must change these. Manufacturer code. Plugin code. So this is weird. I've not seen this before. And I'm going to poke around and have a look at what it looks like for my existing formats. Because we've got stuff like this. I can go right to the beginning here. And we can see that I've got, oh, that should work. See where it says comp men and my official name in Apple land is Dither. I got that many years ago. And so that is kind of what we're looking at here. With an exception, I believe there was an exception. Namely, so I should be making some further notes on this. So plugin manufacturer. That's me, Dither. And then this is going to be plugin ID. However, I am currently using lowercase for a comp subtype. That said, these are my unique 4-character plugin IDs. So it looks like all I need to do is capitalize it. This might create some conflicts, and I'm well, no, it wouldn't create conflicts, would it? Because it's no longer, its capitalization matters. So if this one has to be capitalized, my other ones end up being a distinct ID. So win-win already. Yay. So that's exciting. And so our gain, which was actually even lowercase up here, macOS bundle identifier, we are in fact going to stretch that over, and it's going to be, doesn't say anything about having to have numbers. Plugin code, very good. And the name of the final executable is going to be the same. That part's fine. We're going to add this library. I kind of like the fact that this is spaced in. It does delineate it from other things. So that's cool. Manually list all H and CPP files for the plugin. So that's going to be a thing. We're going to figure that one out later. Globs means that asterisk. Globs means all such things in this formula. So when we say recurse, see how it says *.cpp, that's what the word glob means here. It means include all this glob recurse stuff basically means just keep doing this with everything that is a CPP file. And you'll notice that it is including stuff like plugin processor H, but it is also including anything else you put in there that has a CPP in it. So what I would probably want to do, and I'm not going to do it right away, but I'm going to maybe ask nicely for this to be included, is if we're supposed to use sanity files where it's just only the audio code sitting in its own CPP file, give me an example. Give me an example about how that's supposed to work. Give us, like, make it be gain, for instance, and give me a CPP file which is formatted and arranged correctly so that it will work, and has the thing like, okay, the input sample equals input sample times gain. Good, boom, there you go. Have that be working out of the box. If I have something working, I can turn it into anything, but I have to have the thing working because I'm not going to know how that file is supposed to be arranged. You say include CPP files, and I have no idea how that's supposed to be expressed. It could mean anything. So that's going to be my request going forwards. I'll even build that in. Let's make that a comment because that's something that I am looking to have done to make it easier for me. Plug in like Electro Hat for a metronome sound. Huh. Well, I mean, you could literally use Electro Hat as a metronome sound. Like, in what way can you not use Electro Hat for a metronome sound? Because as far as I can tell, you could literally take it and use it for that. Alrighty, where are we at? We did this part, which was indented. Let's see what else is going on that's indented. The stuff that's not indented is probably not... Well, no, this... Employee, so this is something I would have to be able to remember. I have to tell Cmake to do this somehow, so I don't know whether it's actually going to do it or not. It says ensure that you employ configure depends, but I have no idea what that means, so we'll see how far it gets and what happens. Cmake apparently does not like globs. So if you want to appease the Cmake gods, honestly, I don't care. If Cmake prefers that you never do that, I do not actually care. Smarter people than me, like Sudara, might be keeping an eye on that one. This will probably just do its thing. And configure depends, file glob recurse, This is presumably stuff that just kind of works. It's going to do its thing. And if you include files, it will pick them up. It looks very much like that stuff here is just what he is saying was working. And the fact that you say manually list all files is a bit of a moot point. Like here we have these files manually listed. We can also... Oh, no, wait. No, wait. He has not got any of them manually listed. Instead, he's manually lists all files and then is not doing that. Instead, this is how he does it, and it automatically includes everything. And if you don't want to have this, then you use this and include all of your other files. I could see that being good for security reasons, like if somebody snuck stuff into your repository somehow. But let's see, so... Oh, you mean... Well, I honestly don't know what you would want that would sound more like an actual metronome. Is that a talk sound or whatever? But yeah, try Electrohat, I suppose. You're basically looking for a click. And that's more like playing a sample. That's something I don't really have going on at the moment. Oh, and we don't need this open anymore, do we? Let's put those things back. And here's where you got preprocessor definitions. Off by default, that's okay with me. We're going to assume that the defaults are going to build a thing. We'll see. VS3 can replace VS2. No, never. Never. It can never replace VST2 because there's older versions of software that people still use and have their songs saved in that won't update to newer versions without breaking. And so you need to have, so it cannot replace VST2. Ha ha ha. Ah, interesting. So releasing under GPL v3, it's expected to play a splash screen. That's amusing. I guess I can live with it. I mean, JUCE is the project after all. So, this is not an and. It's like if you're paying for a license, also apparently all GPL v3s must do this. So, uncomment. Oh no, wait. Hang on, I've got it backwards. It'll display the splash screen, but if I GPL, it doesn't have to. Nice. GPL 3. Okay. This is probably going to run fine. Anywhere it says Pamplejuce, I know better than to leave it. So we're going to have this be gain. Just plugin name isn't able to use this part, so I do have to update it. This is the stuff that I need to have in order to be able to operate this kind of thing. Link to any other modules, very good. I'm not entirely sure what private visibility means, but I'm assuming that's going to be down to where like C++ stuff can say public or private in its variables and things. That said, I've never heard of an interface visibility, so that's going to be a JUCEism, I believe. We're going to leave this just the way it is. It's very unlikely I'm going to be adding additional modules unless, like, Sudara comes up with something cool and starts including it. But it's very unlikely that I'm going to be bringing in additional modules because my stuff tends to get rolled its own from the bare metal, and that's how I like it. So we're going to leave that alone. I suppose if you don't need some of these things, you can remove them. I don't know if you'd need to. In particular, I'm not sure you need to actually include audio utils because I am betting audio utils is all the stuff that I'm going to be doing additional versions of. Like it'll be, here's your biquad filter, and I've already got a biquad filter that I coded. And recently, I've done a biquad filter that includes modulating the cutoff. They wouldn't have that. So, yeah, a lot of this stuff worth investigating in future. Like all of my stuff ends up getting rolled into its own thing. We're simply not using the cookbook versions of any of this stuff, pretty much. Hell, I can't even trust it. A lot of, like, my biquad filters are in double precision. If they are using biquad filters that are done in floats for speed, that is actively undermining what I'm doing with some of this stuff. So we're looking for the rawest possible communication from input to output. And that's probably going to do that for me. We'll see. And that appears to be everything. So we're leaving this stuff alone for now. And we can legitimately leave this stuff alone for now because we're not going to be actually calling any of the JUCE built-in template code for DSP stuff because that's not how I roll. But there's bits of it like audio processors almost certainly includes how it talks to the plugin, like how you get audio in and out of it. That's almost certainly going to be how that works. So what we're going to do is we have now finished Cmake lists. So that would be end Cmake lists. Sometimes I like doing it like this. I'm even going to put in a C++ style comment. I've got this stuff in my code as well. Like if I have multiple stuff pulling from different plugins and I'm combining them all into one, I will often have that explaining which bit comes from which plugin to delineate them and show what came from where. So set the flags. That looks about right. So now, okay, build and run. Gee, okay. That's a big ask. What's that supposed to mean? I'm doing everything in I'm doing everything in the terminal. What do you mean build and run? Tysom? What's a Tysom? Well, I'll tell you one thing. Here we have gain. Here we have cmakelists.txt. Here's a Cmake folder. Does not appear, it has a bunch of stuff. So we've got a Cmake standalone application. Means is. So now we're going to try to find out what he means by that. It says build and run very glibly. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Like build and run. Well, we've assembled the Cmake thing correctly, but I do have maybe a fair guess. So we're going to start guessing what's meant to happen here. Here's our folder. This contains everything that you're supposed to just be able to build and run now. I don't even know whether that'll build locally. Maybe it will. I don't know what it's building with. I don't know whether it's able to build all of the versions of things that it's supposed to be able to do, but I do know that I have Cmake. There's also this. Like if I So now we're in the folder. In theory, we can now put this up to GitHub in case this is where you're supposed to build and run. This should not be saying MIT license. I don't know why it is, other than maybe that's how Pamplejuce works. We're just going to try to build it and make it work for now and see what's going on. Because here's the thing, is this might have a whole online build stuff using GitHub Actions thing going on. That was kind of the idea. So I may be able to build it using Cmake locally. If I am, it would be because it worked with Xcode, because Xcode is my build environment. And that would suggest that maybe it would be able to build AUs, maybe it would be able to build VST3s. It would depend upon, like, we're loading up JUCE here, but I don't see VST3 in here, unless it's included. Extras again. So we've got some stuff about Windows DILs, so it's got something going on that thinks it's able to do. Yeah, here's more Cmake stuff. It's really hard to tell which bits of this are able to build like cross-platform stuff or not. There we have images. Very pretty. See, here is our original concept. That would be replaced with something else. We're not worried about that at the moment. Tests, helpers, don't know what that means. And in theory, I don't know whether you're ever meant to be able to build this locally. I really don't. So one of the things that we're doing here is we're going to bring this back to the Git hub place. We are in this place. So we're going to pull, which there's not going to be anything there. It's up to date. Now we do this thing. Add a commit followed the instructions. So we populated all that. Now we have to git push. Now we have successfully pushed. So now in theory, wherever this is supposed to work, it should. If we're supposed to be able to build it locally, it should. If we're only supposed to be able to build it on GitHub using GitHub Actions, it should. We've done those things. So, Actions. So we've got that going on. Dependabot is apparently something that it does. I'm not really sure what that's about. And here is a workflow. Oh, well, this populated gain info as requested appears to still be running. What's this? Okay, so we have an error. One of P12 file path or P file base 64 must be provided. That's over my head. That might stop this. We'll see. How much is going on in here? Okay, so that failed. And these are apparently still going. That'll also mean I can't test. I am stopped by this problem. We can find out whether the Cmake does anything, so we can bring this back. Here's my notes. And here's our instructions. So build and run. If you want to generate an Xcode project, I do not actually care. I feel like, why should I build an Xcode project if I'm doing all this and building in Cmake? Not at all sure that's relevant. That said, I do edit code in Xcode, so where we say build and run, and it suggested I could do this, and this is the only option that's really being presented to me. So let's give that a try. That is being suggested. I am getting that suggested. So Cmake, and I do have a standalone app for Cmake, but I'm not sure I'm worried about that. This is being suggested to me as a possible thing. I'm an Xcode user on macOS. I don't have CLion. I'm not interested in Visual Studio Code, and I have a standalone Cmake app, which is, I actually have this. This is a standalone Cmake app. So we can try this if the shell version doesn't work. But I'm being offered, see where it says run Cmake b builds g xcode, or just open the project in CLion or VS22. I could generate a Xcode project because I do have Xcode. I'm not super familiar with it for all that I work with it every day, but we can at least try. We can see what this does. We can see whether it leads to somewhere that still makes sense. I have had that suggested to me. If you want to generate an Xcode project, do that. I mean, I'm not sure how much CLion would cost. Is that one of the? Here's the thing. I've actually, through previously working with Unity and exploring some of the possibilities of Godot, I've actually got some of the, what you call them, applications. These guys that have me on a subscription model for their code processing stuff. Rider, JetBrains. So is CLion JetBrains? Am I supposed to just be doing that? That's a bit of a cost of doing business kind of stuff. I mean, I know I could write it off my taxes, that's for damn sure, but I do not know whether I would want to migrate all of my stuff over to CLion. It's a completely unfamiliar. Firstly, I was told I could do this, or at least I could if I was selecting that. Let's see if it does anything. Seems to be stuck, but that might be fine. It's going to be groveling through and doing a lot. When this kind of stuff works, I like it. It's trying to do all of the things I wouldn't be able to do myself. I wouldn't know the answers to any of these questions, so it's good that it tries. Cmake. So what Cmake does is it writes build files. So I have not yet produced the actual plugins or standalone thing yet. What I will have done is I will have produced an Xcode project. Now, where would that be? Build files have been written to gain builds, so the project probably also lives here. And I see one. We've also got gain artifacts. Artifacts is often where the final code lives. However, that is JUCE library code. It has only produced info plist. It has not built any actual plugins at this time. So, having done this, I should be able to close that. Out of the box, the VST3 and AU target should be pointing to the built location. So in theory, and I'm a little concerned because I'm going to be overwriting stuff that's already there. What I mean by that is here's components. Oh no, wait, no. I've got bit, shift, gain, but I don't actually have a gain plugin in the regular library, so I should be pretty safe with that. There's artifacts and yeah, JUCE library code. So here we have this big pile of stuff. Let's just see how much is actually here right now. We've got 468.4 megabytes. And we ain't even built anything yet. So I probably can build my library this way, but considering it's a fascinating contrast to what you end up getting, because I don't actually have a gain plugin. Purest gain is about the closest you're going to get. JUCE versus non-JUCE, ladies and gentlemen. Without using JUCE, your plugin's entire project can be like 145K, and with using JUCE, we're half a gigabyte. But that's kind of how this stuff rolls. And we're going to go from there and see what we can get. Like, can this actually be made to work? So, let's see, build and run. If you want to generate an Xcode project, or just open the project in CLion. I can look into CLion, I suppose, but for now, this does seem to do a thing. Running this standalone might be easiest, but you can also build the audio plugin host that comes with JUCE. Haven't I already defined a plugin? Like, shouldn't I be building the gain plugin? Out of the box, the target should also already be pointing to its built location, I would hope. I am not worried about packaging and code signing at this time. That's going to come, and that's what I do for the regular generic plugins. But that's a can of worms and a bit of a pain in the butt. And I also want to be cagey about what my certificates and things are. I do know that it's going to be using a built application plugin, a built application certificate rather than a developer certificate. Let's fire up Xcode and see if anything works here and what we must do here. This could also prove baffling, but we do appear to be seeing a thing. So we got benchmarks, we got tests. These are our targets. And we have the availability to build for any Mac, but we're not being offered the option to, like, here's benchmarks, here's gain all, here's gain AU. It does not appear to be offering the ability to build for Intel. That's going to be a problem. Like, this version of Xcode is capable of building for Intel. And the stuff that I build is set up to build for both Apple Silicon and Intel. But this, as it stands, may or may not be. There's a way that I can test it that assumes that I can even build a thing. we'll put it back. It defaulted to this. It is ready to do anything or something, so edit scheme, manage schemes. Here are the schemes that we can build. This is sort of like Cmake, and it's like we can do this, and we can do this, or we could do this, or we could do all the same. This one's presumably including all of the same. When you say edit, it's just telling you what configuration to use and how many targets to use. All is apparently a target. I haven't changed anything, so that's still fine. It defaulted to benchmarks. I don't know whether that needs to be changed. Tests is also a possibility. I don't know if that needs to be changed. All is a possibility. AU or AUV3 or standalone or VST3. We can try to use all. And build is under the product menu up at the top. You're not seeing it right now, it's off screen, but in theory, if I have it set to, here's where we pick which one we're going to be doing. I'm going to set it to all, because I'm comfortable with doing that even if it takes a long time. It gives me time to think about things. That we don't need. Or maybe we do. So here's our JUCE modules. And if we double click on this, we get to see some of the stuff in here. That is, you see, this is why I need example stuff. This is probably what the audio does, but I have no, like, under normal circumstances, it would be like, hey, output sample equals input sample pass through, here's where you do. But this has nothing. Nothing. All this target stuff is just to take this stuff and use it for something. But there's no example here highlighting anything. So the fact that I've called this scheme means nothing because I have no way of knowing how to even touch a sample, alter it in any way, much less make a graphic. However, that might be here. It looks to me as if the editor is going to make a melatonin thing. When it's built, it displays its version number with a button that opens up this inspector. We will find out. There's some further details on that. So next thing we do, and I have a older plugin done using the help of Paul from the Surge Synth scenario. And he had something in JUCE where I was able to manipulate it to make that the meter thing that I have had for some time. I was able to build that like once as a VST3 and could not make anything else built successfully worth a damn. And then I just had to kind of let it drop because the build stopped working. And I had no way of fixing it or any idea. But this is what I was dealing with back in the day when I was dealing with that. Like I can show you. Airwindows. And do I even have that here? No, that's somebody else's project. So back in the day, I had something around here that was graphics that was able to produce this kind of stuff. And it used things like this, like set size, and I was able to specify the size of the window. Nothing on whether it's savvy to high DPI or whatever, that's more sophisticated. Here we have draw text, hello world, fine. Some of this makes reasonable amounts of sense. We could change this color paint, this stuff would get replaced by other things. Remove from bottom, remove from top. So here's the stuff that would get edited and changed. We're not there yet, but plugin editor, here's where you start manipulating these things. Oh, hi, we have a problem, don't we? Include binary data not found? But I followed all the instructions correctly. Now what shall we do? I guess what we're going to do is we're going to try to make it work even though it claims not found. If that doesn't work, we can comment, well, we can delete it because it already looks like a comment. Or indeed, we can comment out the include. It seems to me as if it should be able to find the things that it shipped with, seeing as I have touched absolutely nothing. What about here? Do we have anything it's complaining about up here? Audio processors. So here's where we've got some stuff like process block. You also have MIDI input. It would be neat if we started to get into making synthesizers and stuff, but it's a big ask talking about getting into synthesizers, and we have not established that we can build a single thing without touching anything. So that might be a screech to a halt moment, but this, when we say process block, I bet we're talking about here. This is probably where the audio code goes. That said, include, oh no, that's for the H file. That's fine. So plugin processor has a lot of blank. And then I think the tilde means this is the creation of this class, meaning that this might be where you initialize variables that are supposed to be persistent. I'm not certain about that because I have nothing to work with. I have no reference. Not like in my usual plugins where it starts out with a template that works and has stuff in it. This has not got any stuff in it. So I would advocate getting more included into here. We can grovel through all this stuff all day long, but if it doesn't do anything and you can't tell where to start anything, what are you going to do? This is like the audio unit where it's num input channels and output channels. Audio units can be made as multi-channel stuff with 4 or 5.1 or any number of channels. And that's kind of how this goes. Oh, and we do have a, see, we've got this, maybe this does need to be left alone. See? Where we go up to the top and nothing seems to be here. We don't have any comments saying that this is where you instantiate stuff. But we do have a comment here saying this is the place where you'd normally do the guts. That's what I was looking for. This is probably JUCE. This is probably not coming out of Pamplejuce. Pamplejuce probably didn't write this because if they did, they would have done it better. So there's your buffer. I like the fact that there are some comments, even if this is not Sudara doing it. So make sure to reset the state if your inner loop is processing the samples and the outer loop is handling the channels. Or you could process the samples with the channels interleaved. I do know what the word interleaved means, by keeping the same state. There is no example as to what do something to the data is supposed to mean. And that's frustrating, given that it's using a format I'm not familiar with. Like, I can show you what I'm familiar with. We can fire this up again. So what I'm used to seeing is like this. We'll use something very minimal. Our shifting of bits gain. That's very minimal. This is what I'm used to seeing. This template stuff up on the top, that's all well and good. Things like this can be figured out eventually, but the audio code, see how it says asterisk desc p equals asterisk source p times gain. That's audio code. It's while n sample frames minus minus. And it's giving me, like, I actually have better examples for this. This is just like the most minimal you possibly could ever have. But I do have better examples for this. So let's go to something that's a little bit more complicated, but not much. So what I'm used to seeing is like this. We've got stuff like input sample, output gain. This would look the same in CLion or Visual Studio Code, so it's not about the fact that it's in Xcode. And it says, well, in simple frames, minus minus is larger than 0, which is not unlike where this says it's stepping by channels, and then channel data equals buffer get right pointer channel. Buffer is the same here as source P or dest P. Because dest P, indest P, indest P is a pointer to a buffer. The in and the out. Source and destination, those are buffers. Those are not simply a single value. And it's assuming that you know that the buffer is x big, and it is a pointer to the initial value there. And inference processes how many things are in this particular buffer before you need to skip ahead to the next one. And it's going to go through and do them. Well, in simple frames, minus minus, and then the way it increments is source P plus equals in num channels, dest P plus equals in num channels. You're jumping ahead in the buffer by the number of channels that it is. If it was automatically going to be just 1, it could say plus equals 1. And this adding it means that when we do the indirection and do the asterisk dest P, I know, I'm sorry, Queen Slut. If it's any consolation, I am not being saved by any of this. So this refers to the value at this location, and this refers to the location, and the location is being incremented by the size of the word involved times the number of channels, or something to that effect. It's in 32. It's float 32, so it's 1 if we are a single channel and so on and so forth. Interleaved means that it's alternating between right and left, or however many channels you've got, it's alternating between them, and that's why it has to skip ahead by num channels to get to the next one. So that's what I'm familiar with, and that's what I know. However, and I could be digging up, idea. We've got some stuff. Airwindows JUCE. Somebody did this stuff, so they've got code. So what they did in the same place as what I'm looking at here for mine, here's what somebody else did to do BSG. And it looks like this. They've got that, and they've got that, so I do have something I can look at. And audio processor update. Let's see what this looks like. Well, in this case, process block is where we're doing it. In that case, update is how often you refresh the controls. That's legit. Where is it? Get program. This is worth adding to my little notes. Is update even in here? Or is it something the guy invented? Is it underneath here? No. Where is this update then? Because audio processor update definitely appears to be an audio processor reset state. So if we've got this here, oh no, plugin processor though. Okay. So we may have an issue here. Could it be in plugin editor? Is that where I'm supposed to find that? No? Well, we've got plugin processor and we have process block, plus we also have process block here. I do not know why this is here. This is what somebody else did in order to get a working plugin, and it is supposed to be a working plugin. But they've got this stuff, not every sample, nor should it be. It shouldn't be in every sample. This is apparently being pulled whenever the control brings in a new thing. So that's fine. I know why this is, I just don't know where this is. I have not successfully found it in this code. Nor do I see where it would appear if it did. Get name, audio processors, buses, properties. So there's audio processor, something there, but I don't know where else it would show up. I'm going to kind of assume all of this lives in the same. This is library code. We don't necessarily want to deal with that. Away with you. So yeah. So here we are. We still haven't built anything, but we're trying to find out what is where. And we've got, oh, hang on. Void audio processor update. So process block, they could have just put that here. They didn't put that here because they are a real programmer and know to put everything in its own little process, which is not necessarily how I do. See where it says clear any output channels? Found that. It was up here, I think. So here's kind of what we're looking at. Auto buffer clear. So we found the same thing here. And then where it says, this is the place where you'd normally do the guts of your plugin's audio processing. This is where he put update and just kind of invented a thing. I could also put this code there. Mind you, I don't have a parameter called bitshift, but that's for another day. But this doesn't live in what we've got there because this guy basically just invented this and put it in. I don't know where the reset state got invented and put in. There's people doing this kind of stuff where they essentially go, oh, okay, here's this here, and then I'm going to make up a whole other thing and sneak it in there so that it looks like it's doing something. But we are getting something. We can ignore this because we don't actually have any controls yet. But this lives inside audio processor process block, and here's audio processor process block. So then the question becomes, are we replacing this or putting something inside it? Put in a little space there. Const float buffer get read pointer. There's write pointer. So if we were going to copy this directly over, how much of it would look the same? Including this entire for loop. That, less useful. This was what the previous person had. And it's going to be inside this. Well, no, it's not, is it? Because for in channel, this is assuming strictly left and right. This is not hip to multiple channels. This only understands 2 channels. Whereas what I'm looking at here is an end-to-end arrangement. We're looping through the number of channels here. So auto channel data, buffer get write pointer. Well, what did we have here? We had this. That just commented it out. I do not know if I like this auto channel data. It's rather unhelpful. But instead of going, see, this is also the frustrating part. You notice something else about this that I do not like or appreciate? We've defaulted to a floating point bus again. VST is capable of 64-bit, but this isn't. So this person who has made quote-unquote Airwindows JUCE things is defaulting to a float bus for literally everything, and that goes against how I would like to do audio stuff. Here's BSG. Let's look at clip only and clip. Oh, let's look at clip softly. There you go. Here's clip softly. We got our reset state. We're doing this and that. They are commenting out the Airwindows dithering, and we are forcing everything to be 32-bit float again. See, I don't know whether JUCE defaults to this, but this is exactly where I would use my dithering. Thank you very much. As I do for core audio. So if all the JUCE stuff defaults to a 32-bit bus, I'm damn well going to be using dithering for it. Thank you very much. You're continually hammering everything with fixed point quantizing at your loudest 6 dB of signal for every single calculation you make. This is a train wreck. This is not okay. But here's how they go about doing it. So there's us doing thoughtful to leave that there and not use it. And then out L and out R. Where do we get those though? In L and in R. And so it's defined up here by buffer get read pointer. Do we increment these at some point? Are we updating that? In audio units, there's a place where we update it. Do I see a plus plus somewhere? Okay, I equals 0. Buffer get num samples plus plus I. What does this look like this? No. No, it does not. Same code there. So this part in theory would work if we, and again, in core audio I am in fact getting fed floating 32-bit float and am expected to feed back 32-bit float. I think it is outrageous if JUCE is forcing you into not using double replacing when VST2 lets you do it. But what are you going to do? It's a dumbing down of audio. In any case, we've got code that doesn't do anything here. We've got something that doesn't apply anything to anything. But in theory, I could use this code to make it do something. And we got get right pointer. I am very much wondering whether this is actually smart to do. That said, so if we do this, it's still unchanged. We've just changed the name of that, but we're not using it anywhere else. If we do this, it's like the functioning version of that, so we have another thing going on. Ignore unused is going to be something saying ignore this, don't use it, and I don't like that. I'd like it to do something. So what we can do is grab this, paste it in here. This is the same format that we had before, except for we got to make a couple of changes. And we can run a for loop with only one thing there. However, we defined these things, and so we got to redefine it. We were not using out-L, we were using channel out and channel in. And buffer get num samples of. So we've taken this channel and we're putting it into channel in and channel out. We do not have gain defined, but what we can do is cut the gain down. So all that does, oh, implicit? What's this implicit? I can't read what this says. Let's make this go away again. Implicit conversion loses, well, yeah, that's why we don't want to be using that. And that is because just specifying this would be a double precision, which I would rather it be using, honestly. However, if we do this, that warning will go away. I would rather be using double precision for all of this, and will be in future. However, in theory, we have now made this a plugin that supposedly will still work, but which multiplies things by 1 6 dB down, 1 shift down. Meaning that if it works, you'll be able to notice what it does. I can run something in there and look at the output. So if it builds a plugin, the plugin can be tested. Oh, hi. Now what? That looks like trouble. This looks like trouble. What is it thinking? It claims it cannot initialize the return object of JUCE audio processor editor with an R value of type plugin editor. This is not my problem. I didn't type any of that stuff. I was just doing stuff up here. I don't think what I did should have changed any of that. This shouldn't have done anything. There's our audio processing. It's a blanker. Channels. Same format for getting read pointer and write pointer. There's the chunk where normally all of my code lives. In fact, we can even put that in. And this is normally, well, no, hang on. No, it's not, is it? This is normally where my code lives. It still basically makes sense. Let's build. See, all of this is where it says build and run, and it's supposed to be ready to go. Let's see how true that is, or whether it is, dare I say, a terrible, filthy lies. Not really, but something went wrong somewhere. It went wrong in a way where I'm very unlikely to be able to deal with any of it. So let's see. I built the project. Running this standalone might be easiest. We can try. I've got it set to build all. Do I want to use custom architectures or standard architectures? Damn if I know, man. I'd like to include the Intel architecture, honestly. It was bothering me that it didn't. Yes, please update that. I see it doing something. You know, some of my stuff, the early AU stuff, as I use it from template, needs to be built once in order to create all of up. And hey, we have got a skipping copy phase strip binary as code sign. No, it's not. I didn't tell it to be. I didn't fill in my information. It claims that that build succeeded. How exciting. Let's now go to the, well, we'll save that and quit out of there. What have we built, if we've built? Let's go to builds. What do we got? What have we got? I've got a build folder and I've got an artifacts folder. I feel like artifacts is probably where I need to find stuff. Debug? It might very well have been a debug version. We have built 100 megs of doing nothing. Let's put it. For heaven's sake, does that actually show what I'm typing? No. That's fine. I'm just very cautious. AUV3. I don't know if I have an AUV3 folder. Also, that's the artifacts, but did it already put it there? I think it did, yes. So this should be interesting. Let's now see how far we got. That's not the right thing at all. Sounds. Here we go. Here's the sound. That is my new guitar rig, which I'm hoping to do more with. My fire went out again. Well, now we have effects, and not recent effects, but audio units and VSTs. Did this get put in to the correct place when I told it to? We have a plugin called, see, I can't show it on the screen, the menu won't go far enough over. We have under the Airwindows category, gain. This is supposed to create, you can't see it, but this is supposed to create a plugin that is a JUCE-based plugin that's supposed to actually work. Error. Failed initializing audio unit Airwindows gain. Error cannot do in current context. This could be because this is a mono thing, so I can try it again as a stereo, although I didn't build it to be stereo only. However, that's not the only thing we can do. We have VST3 effects. I need to refresh the list in order to see it. I regret to inform you that you cannot see any of this because it's off screen. But that said, we will grind our way through it, and we'll see whether any of that helps. So, first of all, having rebuilt the VST3 effects, we have a Airwindows category. We have Airwindows VST3 gain. The VST3 built. Not only that, that looks suspiciously to me like it worked. Inspect the UI. What does this mean? It means this. We're apparently running a bunch of weird other stuff, and it's saying how big it is. There's a preview, there's properties. We can adjust visible, and then this stuff disappears. Enabled, that button disappears. So editor gain, and then this button is named Inspect the UI. And we can fiddle with it probably here, or not. No, we can kind of fiddle with it. Can we resize it? Yes, we can. Oh, look, you can have tiny letters. Baby letters. How clever. That's very neat that it can do things like that cleverly. I don't suspect it will remember that. I don't see any facility why it would. But we are, in fact, tinkering with the UI. And that is a shortcut to the visually editing stuff. So that's apparently built in. Okay. All of the online stuff died. But that's fine. We built it locally. Or at least we built the Apple-based stuff locally. So the fact that the other stuff died doesn't worry me nearly as much. Back into here. That's a shortcut to this. Here is a frames per second thing. Okay, that's cool. I don't think it's going to give me any trouble there. And here is a turn the inspector on and off, I guess. So there we go. We should be able to close this by hitting this. So, yeah, I bet the cross-platform stuff is going to need help, but this is looking like a good start. The AU died, but the VST3 didn't. And you know, I did another VST3. What would really be exciting is if I can graft on what I had before. The question is where that lives. So I'm going to need to make another cup of coffee and probably throw another log on the fire. But observe that we can do this. See that waveform? The audio code worked too. So that's exciting. Let us play a celebratory jump into Welcome Free Luna. And I'm going to go and make the other cup of coffee I mentioned, because here's where I need to start searching for the previous one that I had and see whether I can drag it over into this scenario, maybe even including this melatonin inspector. I had never been able to do anything other than build a VST3 that worked, and I'm still only able to build a VST3 that works. But something built and worked. I didn't even need to do the standalone. So, little track for you. And another coffee for me, after which we're going to start trying to hunt down how to do things in here. with various things. And here is some of them. So we'll shut that off for the moment. So here's the thing. I had a version of my metering plugin that I made using Paul's JUCE thingy. I believe I can even show you. Either I can show you or I can't, and we'll find out in a moment whether I can or I can't. Because I can't tell whether I can show you or not. This is the one. So I have this stuff. And I don't believe I pushed my visual code in. And this no longer works. It worked once and then it just stopped. I always had to build it separately. And I do believe there is nothing in here from me, but locally I had some stuff. I could be wrong, maybe there is. I see a square root function. Nope. So I don't know whether I can demonstrate the thing. Let's find out. Got a track like this. So, if this still lives, nope, it died. Once I had one of these that worked. I don't know what happened to it. I can try from here. Oh, hey, the VST3 one worked. So I can no longer maintain this. But I made this. So I had this, and then I stopped being able to maintain it because I can no longer build the project. But back in the day, I had this, and now I have just built a JUCE-enabled thing using Pamplejuce, which, much like this, only successfully built a VST3. But if I can port what was in the code from this, which may or may not include what's up on the GitHub, I don't know if that's true anymore. Hey, Igor, first things first. The idea of being able to make this at all is a heck of a big deal. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So what I need to do for some of my concepts going forwards is I need to make one of these. I need to make it so that it will draw this gray shape with these dots over it, but leave this color stuff for another area, maybe another meter. And I'll start by reproducing what I have here. And if I can reproduce what I have here by copying it over into the new format that builds, then I can go from there and strip out the color stuff that is happening, which is part of my, it's all part of the metering that I'm trying to do. I got a bunch of help with this just so that I could make this, because it is much like monitoring. This is part of how I do what I do, and in particular I want to be able to put up classic records where I can show you what things come out like. For instance, that's For Never. This is a quieter track. However, if I was to for instance, pull out old Alien Kittens and do the same thing with it. Alien Kittens was made on a phone, and it's nothing very special. The neat thing with this is like this VST3 Bacon Paul, I never was even able to get my own information put into that one. It was just a struggle from the word go. What the heck is Wildergarden? Oh, I remember that. I was looking up that. Whereas Alien Kittens is not one of my tracks. It was just something that came off of a phone app. And so you can see this looks very different. And this is much more like a modern mix. You can see all the peaks are slamming up against the top, and there's no real variation. The left and the right is obscured by just how much these colors are all wrong. And I'd like to be able to trim this back so that you can just see what all of this does and where the peaks sit, because there are important things to be learned by that. One of them is stop doing loudness war stuff, because when all the peaks are just slammed up against the top, it's not very much fun. It's no good. And you compare that with, for instance, oh, I don't know, how about actually this is rather loud too, but let's see how it shows up. This is fairly intense. So this is perhaps a lot louder than it should be. But the interesting thing is, note how the RMS loudness is not nearly as loud as Alien Kittens had been. Also, if we skip back to this area, well, hang on. That's just the reason that's all in green is because I'm only playing one channel. Let's select both channels. Now what I need to do is strip out all of these colors, because it's doing these color swoops everywhere and it's distracting completely from the information that I'm trying to convey. I got a little bit frisky with what I was doing and it ended up unhelpful. But if you play back classic music, classic multi-platinum records, stuff that I've captured off of vinyl, you will see that it shows up like this, but without really the squishing up top like this. So I have recorded this too loud. This mixdown went louder than it should have. But this area down here is coming out about right. I'm just peeking out hotter than I should. By the same token, the original time that I went and did that, it produced this effect. an earlier mix. And everything is obscured by those colored lines. You can't see it at all. But if you could see it, you'd see something useful. Because what this is showing is a RMS loudness that is within like your classic rock, back when people were willing to pay for music range. And then the peak energy is consistently covering a wide range. You can kind of see it, but I got to get rid of all of this hash here that's in the way. This needs to be, the colors part needs to instead be another set of controls. It needs to be another set of meters. Because this is nonsense. This is not workable. You need to be able to see those black dots. And then if we scooch back over to this area where it is... this is the MCI, the console MC mix. That's what you would normally hear on a multi-platinum record coming off of vinyl. This is the sound compared to like Alien Kittens, and you'll see the difference. It's not supposed to be all made up out of RMS volume. And if we had really modern stuff to play, you would quickly see that it would be just this giant blast of nonsense, and then there would be no variation in the peak energy at all. But the sound picture for... I'm going to get working on this. This needs doing. Because what I'm trying to move towards is the ability to put up a post on my YouTube channel that is a album, a classic album that I've seen people react to, but my reaction will be showing the meters, all of the meters that I will devise, literally reacting to the classic record that is normalized at the hottest peak, ends up being, clipping, and showing exactly what that meter should show if you are reproducing that stuff. It is nothing to go, oh, hey, it was mixed on an API console, and so therefore I need to do an API on emulation. Nonsense. You have to reproduce the end result. And this is what I'm looking for. And I'll have those little white letters up top. So I'll do a constant running commentary, but it will be a constant silent commentary because it'll be text. And it will just be a Airwindows study hour of listening to a classic album being played through off of a very decent turntable, off of a classic record, and hearing all that sounds like. It'll be a very pleasing thing to listen to. I've got that. I'm not going to play it on live stream because it would immediately, copyright claim the live stream. But these folks that do this and let the React people do it, they're claiming those React channels. And I'm completely comfortable with that happening, but I want people to be able to hear it. So I got to pick albums that'll work for that and then put it up and have the meter will be going constantly. You will see exactly how loud the RMS, exactly how loud the peak energy is for any moment in that classic album. I'll have to clean up the vinyl crackle, mind you, but so this, I don't think I actually have. We've got some audio parameters here, but I think this is what I'm not using, although I'm not sure. I know, I am baffled. Let's just shut this off. So this bit seemed to work, and that's exciting. I can even load up. This is the bit that worked. It applied this. And it used these. And this is the area I was working in when I made that meter out of what Paul gave me. So in theory, some of this is just debugging. Some of this is just fixing. As to the resizable UIs, I would like those dots to be slightly larger, so that might also be a thing. It might be just appropriate to redo it in such a way that it can be resizable just as a method of making it scale. Here, let me fuss with my fire. My fire's going out. I completely forgot to turn the damper on. You know, it's going to end up being fine. I don't need this fire that much today. Maybe we'll just live with it. How about? It is possible that I might freeze my butt off today because I couldn't pay attention to the fire because I was too distracted, and it went from there, but we shall see. The thing that I'd like to do is take this, which is a hard drive from back in the day. That's back when I was moving to the Mac Studio, and see whether I've got that build back when it worked. If I have that build back when it worked, I should be able to copy all of the guts of it over to the new place, by which I mean Pamplejuce. In theory, I can just go in and start updating everything, and I'll be able to get what I need. Why is my hard disk not spinning up? Does this silly thing need to be powered elsewhere? Are we not able to get enough power through the... Okay, tell you what, I can unplug the converter that's letting me play stuff through the speakers. And now my system is silenced, but this may give enough power. Very good. Seems to be lighting up. To start up and let me see what's on there. So this is scooching out of the way. Let's see whether I have a M1 backup. So there we are. Going to be under Christopher Johnson. There we go. And we have a folder marked Airwindows toy. That's the correct answer. Only place I'm going to care about is SRC for source. Let's drag this over to somewhere else, and then we can get rid of that. That's going to be fine. Let's do that. What else have we got going on here? Nothing? Not so much? Very nice. Very nice. Nothing going on there as well. This is a fine place to eject that and put it back away again. I can go dig through that for a blast from the past at some future time. Signs point to, I just successfully, let's plug that back in. Signs point to, I just successfully got the source back out for that. This should be my local copy of what I was doing to make that meter. If so, I will be able to, I don't think I need the instruction there. Went away for, are you going to make GUIs? Well, I'll tell you one thing. So back in the day, I made this. I made that because Bacon Paul made this sort of template thing in order to help me try to make stuff with GUIs. This is as far as I got with it, and it stopped working. I can no longer build that code that I made. It died, and it was only ever able to make a VST3, and everything else broke. But I have just made this. That's from Pamplejuce. It too was only able to make a VST3, but that made a VST3, and it is made in JUCE. And in theory, we can override all the things in here and replace them with what the other one had been, and then build it again and have a meter that I can then go through and do stuff with. Because this time, it'll build. And there's somebody who maintains the framework, because Paul was never going to be maintaining the framework constantly. He has a lot of other things to do. But Sidara is putting out Pamplejuce as a framework kind of like this. He made this thing, which is an editor that lets you fuss with the controls that you put in there, which was more than I had before. I had to do everything in code. But this lets you fuss with all of these controls and things. There is a limit to how much you can do with it, mind you. But it's letting you do these various things and figure out you were inspecting this various stuff. And you can see how fast, how many frames per second it'll go, a lot of things, because he uses this for his own builds. And if you can use this for his own builds, I can use it for mine, and I'm able to run the code, make it build. And so this is working GUI in JUCE that Chris from Airwindows successfully built without that much hand-handing from the guy that made the template. So the next thing becomes, can I make my meter again? If I can, then I can go from there further and start doing all manner of stuff. But we're going to start with the one thing. And this inspector, this could end up being very handy. I might leave this button in there, honestly. There's so many cool things that you could do with this. But for now, and also, noting that there was some code from the guy that ported a very small number of my plugins and stripped out the floating point dithering, which I don't terribly appreciate, and then stopped. They did, like, I don't remember, bit shift gain or shifting of bits gain and clip softly, and then stopped. And seeing as they were degraded because they were running a undithered 32-bit floating point bus, I'm basically fine with that. But that's where I got the audio code, and the audio code does this. The audio code got applied. So I can do GUI, and I can do audio. And we're going to start by first quitting out of here and then seeing how we can adapt some of these things together. Like here's the bit where, and I don't honestly understand all of this, but that's good enough. We're going to look at some of these things next to each other. And I have a thing in here called, there's a thing in here called lock-free queue. I do not know what that does. Let's close Pamplejuce notes for the moment. So I do not know what this does, but I'm assuming that Pamplejuce does it differently, because this is not showing up anywhere else. This must be something that's been done elsewhere. It doesn't seem to be touching anything that I care about, so I more than suspect that this isn't going to enter into anything. The stuff that is, we've got plugin processor and plugin editor. What I've got here probably needs to go in and replace what, oh look, there we go. That's tidy. What lives in here. And that also means I've got this time series display. I'm interested in what's going on here. And if you look at it, there's a thing. So it looks like I'm going to need to drag this in and then do plugin processor and plugin editor and override that stuff with what this one is. But I can't just move all of the files in. I can move these two files in. I can move display, H and CPP file, and then see whether anything goes wrong there. Because currently there is no time series display living in this thing. Also, you can see how it's very fixed size, but I have ideas on that as well. But yeah, this is all JUCE-based GUI code. In fact, it's JUCE-based GUI code that's not letting me resize it, but we'll fix that. There we go. We're not anywhere near that. There's not even going to be any values. This is a meter. But this is the bit where I should be able to update. We got a lot of tricky stuff going on in here, I'll tell you that, but that's fine. And here is H. Again, it's opening it in very unpleasant scenarios, but that's fine. So we've got this very cumbersome way of doing all these things, but if it works, then that's fine. The defs should be fine too. And in theory, I can just include these files where the other files are, and it will find them. I might have to do the build over again. But in theory, this bit will in fact work. X many points. These variables, they are arrays. All of this stuff should basically work. And then these are the bits that need to change, but we'll start by going here. and copying these, just plain copying them right over. And we're going to see whether everything just blows up by having done that and that alone. Because in theory, it shouldn't. In theory, see, we got that stuff going on. Not actually worried about any of these. But then we went to CD desktop gain. And then we did this. Cmake b builds g Xcode. Now in theory also, one thing I could do here is delete the Xcode file that lives here. So let's try that. Like, I think I had better not delete everything, but I'm pretty sure what I can do is delete the Xcode file and it will remake it. And let's nuke build folders while we're at it. I bet this doesn't need to be here. But I'm worried about touching anything else, so we're not going to delete anything else. And let's see what it does. And it is remaking some of those things. Good, good. Build files have been written. And it has made a Xcode project. So now, if this whole script works properly, and we launch this again, it found the new code. And so now if I update these to include references to this, it'll be able to use them. Because that did in fact get included. That's part of what Pamplejuce did, is include that stuff. Although that's a problem. I'm not sure whether that's going to be a fatal error. Maybe it just needs to be built. If that is a deal breaker problem, then I'm stopped again. Well, nothing to it but to find out. Benchmarks, gain all, build. Oh. We have an immediate problem. Why is it looking for this? If we don't include that file, is it going to be happier? Can you comment out something and will it still work? Oh, no, it doesn't like that one bit. Okay, so where did it find the other stuff? These all apparently need to resort to this. So what's different? This needs to refer to things. See, it says const juice, so on, and H file. So the H file needs to refer to something that is going to give me the header. Therefore, what would it be? It looks like we're finding specific things. Hey, Lorenzo. It looks like we're finding specific things here. It's including stuff as needed. But what would this need? And the other stuff seems to be able to work. So juice header H. JUCE header H, not what it wants, but it wants something. And it wants something having to do with JUCE graphics. So I'm assuming plugin editor. Yeah, see, that says JUCE graphics 2, so let's not worry about Melatonin Inspector being included here, or we could just drag this whole thing into another place. So if we include this, oh, there's an implicit conversion, but it's not actually freaking out in any other way, so that's a good sign. So what was, for the other one, JUCE header, this could actually be correct. Let's see if anything works. Let's see if it's able to build or if it falls over. Looking a little bit like it's able to build. Looking a little bit like it's able to build. Build succeeded. Ah, but is that true or is it some kind of filthy lie? Let's find out. I'm not sure if that's the correct place. It's going to be in artifacts, I bet. There we are. And we already know that the components don't work. Well, that's weird. I guess it built one of those. I don't know what it's for. But this is the one that worked before, so we are going to see whether it works again. On to our overly loud version of fries. And we're going to fire up BS3 Airwindows gain. Okay, this is the new one, and in fact, it worked. It has now included in here, settle down, that's not, oh wait. If that is still an issue, then why is it doing this? That doesn't seem right at all. Okay, I'm worried again. So these, fine. This is not finding the correct bit. So what else is going on up here? Plugin editor is the visual stuff. That's where it's supposed to be able to say this. This one's able to say set color, JUCE colors, etc. This one oh wait, now is it not showing an error? I swear to God there was an error there just now. And all of this implicit conversion warnings are driving me crazy. But that's fine, because we are going to charge ahead and see what else we can make happen. Plugin editor. Here is the C file for plugin editor. Let's work header first, shall we? Here's the header file for plugin editor for this one, and here's the header file for plugin editor. Open in an entirely separate program, just to make it not be confused. And here's Paul's version. We got a bunch of timer stuff going on. What's that? We're doing idle timers, we're doing who knows what. But some of this is recognizable. So paint JUCE graphics override, that's going to be the same. of public plugin editor or just to auto processor editor. So does not say override. But resize does. And we know that it's working and functioning. So you see the differences between these two things? I got to make sense of it somehow. Also, this one has JUCE slider listener, but this one does not, but it has a button. In the Bacon Paul one, there were sliders that went unused. I did not use them. What I used was, see, after it says resized, this didn't get used, this didn't get used, this did. So, it goes here. And then these were, oh, here we have another problem, apparently. Let's see how far we can get. See, time series delay, I do not see anywhere in here where that got included. Could it be that it needs to be built in order to find it? I can't just have them all referring to each other in includes. That seems crazy. So first things first. Paint, override, fine. Resized, override, also fine. Array, this does not have sliders, so we're not going to ask for those. It doesn't have labels. It's not doing them there. Oh, hello. This one is doing unique pointer melatonin inspector, but there rather than here. So how about we undo that and then try to put it next to where the other stuff was. How about? For instance, we can tuck it in here and see that looks like it's in the right place. It might still not work, but it's a better chance of it. Oh, yeah, it still doesn't like it, but this might be closer to the right direction. Also, we do not know whether or not building it would make it be happy again. See, undeclared identifier, but it's got it in here. So if we build again, we'll see whether it just explodes or that looks like a fail to me. Also, it's now suddenly running into other problems, and that's never good. I mean, I shouldn't have been able to break melatonin inspector. That doesn't make any sense. It was fine before. So here's the question. STD unique pointer needs to be able to find this and use it. How did the other one go about doing that? So we did that from there. Struct time series display. It's not able to find this, even though it worked before. Well, I could make it inter-refer to each other, I suppose. We can try. Now how you doing? Okay, it still doesn't like it, but it's on a different line now that it doesn't belong on. Crazy. However, it looks like it's supposed to be the right thing. We'll see. We'll see whether it still breaks or not. Oh, hey! Okay, it just took a little prompting. It just took a little prodding. So doing that makes it be able to find that thing. Cool, that's one of the things we needed to make happen. I'm very frustrated at my lack of heat. Can't be bothered to think about it. So, slider, we're not using any sliders. However, timer, ooh. That's worrying. This here. This worries the crap out of me. How am I supposed to make that work? This is no longer Airwindows toy. This is something entirely else. How am I supposed to make this be a thing? It's referring to something totally else. Maybe we don't need the timer? Maybe these are just template code from the... So I got time series display created. A bunch of this rest of this stuff works without this cruft. So the question being, is this just part of the Bacon Paul's JUCE toy framework? Or did it end up being part of what time series display needs in order to work? And I super don't know the answer to that question. But we can move on to plugin editor. And once I shrink this file down a little bit, and here is the plugin editor file from Paul's version. That compares to this one. Let's see, C++. C++. So here's how this works. A bunch of it looks very different, but some of it is recognizable. For instance, we can change the size. That's clearly going to be possible. So let's begin. 1204 by 204. This is just for starters, but it's an important start. I can also do the same thing of making it not resizable, just because I didn't initially have it resizable, and we're just going to, oh, hello. Boy. Does it know what this is? Or do I have to have the headers file work? It does need idle timer, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Let's see whether we can make those things function. And what section are we in? Here's where some of this stuff says add and make visible. So in theory, I should be able to do this. Melatonin inspector, that can take care of itself. Let's put these in here. Actually, all of this sits here, doesn't it? So they're all in editor : editor. And with the argument being provided to this part, whatever it is, processor, only this one is &p after a space, and the Pamplejuce version is ampersand, then a space, then p. But the other bits are the same. I do not know why that difference. Do you see the difference as I do? There's a difference in the spacing with this ampersand in there, and I do not know why that difference is. Also, some of this stuff I think the stuff immediately below that is all the sliders that I am not using. As such, we don't want them there. And we can leave those things off. I've even got add and make visible commented out. So, yeah. This is presumably the only bit that I need to do. Let's put it in before the inspect button. We have a problem. Idle timer needs to exist. Let's find a way of making that exist. So save that. Back over to here. This is where idle timer was made to exist initially. Now we appear to be creating these things in private rather than public. I don't know why. However, when I put tsDisplay in private, it worked. So if we take this and put this in private, also, and then follow that up with putting this in, and that needs to not be a thing. Processor editor. All right, well then we take plugin editor. Let's see if it's able to cope with this, because none of this stuff exists. So there's a thing. Constructor parameter add shadows the field add of idle timer. Well, we'll shine a nice light on you and then you won't be in shadow anymore. I have no idea what this means. Also, overrides a destructor but is not marked override. Well, we could mark it override. I'm not sure what good that would do, seeing as it just says default. So I'm not really sure how that works. This all feels like it's trying to address stuff that already exists in JUCE, and it's just different ways of handling it. And I'm deeply confused as to how that's supposed to work. Like, it's saying things where I didn't even learn how they worked. All this talk of constructors and stuff. I'm not really a C++ programmer, that's the thing. I am a C programmer of that. And a DSP guy, musician, like drummer. So when we start talking about overrides a destructor, like, so these are like classes, except for struct is not a class, a struct is a struct. I don't know what the colon parts do or why there are two of them in some places and one of them in others, but they're referring to things. So struct timer, this is a way of saying this is a timer in the JUCE framework. So when it says shadowed the field of idle timer, and it didn't say it in the other one, when it says overrides the destructor, but it's not marked override, and didn't say that in the other one, I get a little bit lost. I'm also not sure what use it is to say override when you're going to just say default. Arguably, if idle timer is default and we're overriding a destructor, that means overriding means that the thing is already there. So we could just make that go away, and presumably it will in fact work. Now, what's up with this? Plugin editor, add, constructor parameter shadows the field of idle timer. Well, what the hell is that supposed to even mean, though? It's using this little framework. We're creating the thingy. It's a warning, but it is not an error. Does it still build? No. Or yes. Or no. No, it had a problem, and that is because plugin editor, oh boy, it just threw me way far away from what I was doing. Undefined symbol plugin editor idle. Huh. And where is that then? Building the AU. Well, the AU already didn't work, so I'm not sure that's a problem. Like, we had a fail, but was the fail in the VST3? Because I already know that the AU is broken and doesn't work. If it is broken and doesn't work in multiple places, then that's a whole other story. I'm feeling quite sick, but that's understandable. All of this is like pulling teeth, but it's pulling your own teeth. So this stuff we didn't need. Plugin editor H. Let's not change the name of that, thank you. So that shadows a field, but it doesn't actually change anything. The destructor is being said to be default, so we presumably don't need to do that. What about if just the constructor? If it shadows the field ed of idle timer, does that mean we don't need this either? One way to find out. Does it explode? Will it blend? No matching constructor. Okay, it didn't. Hey, Game Boy Z. Yeah, just saying struct is spectacularly unhelpful. I'm being mean, but it's true. So, hello. Yeah, Bill Bruford used that description. Bill Bruford, in his autobiography, talks about working with King Crimson. And he talked about how during the making of Red, Robert Fripp went away and did some kind of spiritual pursuit. And he came back with the conviction that he should not have any convictions, which Bruford described as spectacularly unhelpful with the agenda of making an album. Having Fripp be like, I don't know, Mind you, it came out to be a good album, but that was about the end for them. Let's see. So, unique point. Okay, so it made a problem entirely elsewhere. Helpful. So, when we do this, it shadows the field ed of idle timer. I do not understand what that means or why I should care. It seems to be it looks like it's meant to do that thing. When it says shadows the field ed, well, nothing's happening here other than it says ed 3 times. Why, what, how? And the destructor is supposed to be default, so presumably that's going to be fine. We could move on to, let's see now. So editor, I think I have just done everything that I could there. Like, or not. No, that's correct. So we left this stuff off because that was some sliders that don't exist in the other one. Let's see whether anything under here. I didn't get this far. So paint looks very similar. Resized includes nothing other than it's fooling with the inspect button. Nothing is saying anything about the one that I added because that's not showing up. Oh, my stomach. None of this stuff is mattering. Whereas in the other one, we've got a bunch of sliders and things going on. This bit is the same on each. This bit is drawing some stuff. It's drawing some text. It is not actually setting the can I find the other bit somewhere? And I'm damned if I know where this is supposed to come from. That's concerning. I don't see any audio processor editor, much less audio to UI message, anywhere in here. And that's where we're getting our information from. So we have a problem. Maybe that actually lives in plugin processor instead. In this one it's here, and the other one it's elsewhere. So first of all, this shouldn't be a thing because there are no sliders on the new one. There's a button. So it should be able to read whether the button got used. We're able to place the button, and over here in the paint, we're making a string. So we can do that. And we can draw text, which is fine. But where'd that button come from, and how does it know that it's being pressed? Because over here, we're doing some kind of callback. I assume it's a callback. First of all, let's see if it still builds, and let's see if it resizes. And let's see if it built a VST while failing to build the AU. That doesn't count. Let's see if it builds a VST while failing to build the AU. No. So we broke it even further now. Now we have to figure out what undefined symbol plugin editor idle means. And it's doing it on AU, and when I click on it, it goes here. And I do not know why it goes there. Symbol not found. So plugin editor. So that's the stuff that we're working on, all right. Oh wait, now we can't even do that. Plugin editor lowercase idle. Okay, this is worrying, but maybe we can punt. Let's see what we can do here. Knowing that this is broken, we'll kind of get rid of it, comment it out, at which point we should be rebuilding it. We'll have a time series display, we will not have added it to anything, and we don't have a working timer. And the question is, does it in fact, no, it triple failed. Why is it claiming it's using that? Oh, that's why. Okay. Well, that's easily fixed. There. We did not have one of those to play with, and so we will do without it. It may very well mean that it's impossible to do the time series display, but we can also find out whether the size of everything is correct. Over to our testing again. Now let's see if our nope. That is not working. So we've told it to be a different size, but it refuses to listen. Interesting. Well, we also told it to be not resizable. We told it to be this size and it did not listen. TS display bounds is correct. This bit is not honoring it, and I don't know where it would be getting the old size because I don't think it shows up anywhere else. Quick other little sanity check, or insanity check rather. Going to be a sad day if we can't get anything working, but I was expecting that. I was expecting this to be a giant pile of mess. Aha! Will you look at that? I don't quite know how that happened, but something... Does it work? Does it play? Alrighty. So now it is honoring this size, and we still haven't inspect the UI button. What that means is now we can start investigating some of these other things. For instance, there's the time series display, and there's the inspect the UI button. That seems to be in the right place. Look and feel. We can turn visible on and off. So far so good. And it is in fact drawing itself correctly, although I don't remember putting it in. But so far this is actually correct. It's just there's no timer and it doesn't know what it's doing, but it's drawing itself on the screen. This is good. This is a step in the right direction. Setting resizable apparently stopped it from happening, so let's see if it going back makes it go back to the other thing again. Could I have put it in the wrong folder? Back to recent effects gain. Now it's still fine. It is not resizable. I'm a little curious as to what would happen if I did try to resize it, but actually I'm very curious as to what would happen if I did try to resize it. Let's find out right now. Takes it a while to do its builds. That's because some of the builds aren't working. So now it thinks it is resizable. What's it going to do about that? This thinks it, well, or maybe it actually doesn't, does it? No. It might think it's resizable, but it's clearly lying. Do not see anything going on there that would help. Alrighty. Hey, we drew a thing. We drew a thing on the screen. It doesn't do anything, but it's a start. Weirdly, I don't think it shows up in Paint, and that's strange to me. But I did add and make visible, so there we have it. There we have it. So if we got that far, let's see how far we can get without that idle. It needs an idle timer, and we've counted it out. So now it cannot tell what time it is. But plugin processor contains some other things, and so let's see what we've got going on in here. Firstly, the H file. Here is plugin. Oh, settle down. You crazy nefarious thing, you. So here's plugin processor in the two different formats. So parameters, we don't want these. UI to audio message, that worries me. Audio to UI message, that also worries me. Where do we start getting to stuff that looks like it's in the same thing? Paul's method of going about all of this daunts me. But then it always did. That's why I wasn't able to maintain it. So what have we got down here? We can define variables used in the audio thread in public above private. We've got some stuff that is the same and a whole bunch that ain't. Got get tail length, num programs, accepts MIDI. There's a constant juice string. Yep, that's the same. Audio processor editor. Yep. And we've got a bunch of voids and things in here which are parameter value or gesture changed. Prepare to play is the same. lock-free QUI to audio and audio to UI. These are things that are only in the PAL version. The other things are things that are in either version. So if I can find a more primitive version of the audio thread talking to the interface, that might be good. However, we can incorporate some of this stuff, such as now we can declare variables used in the audio thread, because we did stuff in the audio thread. And then this stuff underneath in private, that is actually the same. So, boom. If we do this, we may be able to make calculations that actually work. Plugin processor C programming rather than a header file. Here's where we might be able to get some bits of this working. If we can get some bits of this working, that's all to the good. We got that. It doesn't seem to need to say using namespace on the other one. Some of that is the same. This one does not have a destroy function. You know what? I'm real frustrated with my lack of warmth here. That is just not helping. I'm probably on my last making a cup of coffee. It may or may not be too late for that for me today. But I need to not be on my last making a fire. Let me step away from the grinder and see what I can make happen here. And if I can't do anything else, maybe I can make a fire, and that'll be a cool thing. Or a warm thing, rather. A cool thing is exactly what it's not supposed to be, right? And we'll start it by laying out a bunch of pieces of bark as kindling. I'm sort of going from there. Get enough of that going, put on a log. Should be able to build a fire, right? That's the kind of thing that somebody might very well be able to do. My kindling bag here is not great. Manage what I got. Let's use some of my kindling from egg cartons. I like using egg cartons as kindling. It burns a little better than paper. Let's see if we can get any of this going. It'd be nice. It's cold. The distraction of it being cold is the last thing I need right now. I do believe that might be a start. Let's see. Switch this over here. Plug that on there. I think that might just have put it out. Well, maybe, maybe not. We have enough warmth still in the system that at least it's drafting okay. That at least is the hope. Let's see if we can start a fire even if we can't program a computer. We got pretty far in the sense of at least being able to build it, but translating from Paul to Sudara is not straightforward. Because that's basically, all of these things end up being reflections of the people that coded them. Paul habitually codes on this level that is so far beyond what I'm able to understand that it's just, it's daunting. There's not a lot of mystery as to why I was never able to do that. Is I can't. Sudara might be in with more of a start on Chris-friendly coding things. It's like I was able to build it anyway. Let's see how this goes. So if we can get these logs to catch, that'll be a good start. If I do it properly, I might even be able to engage the damper, like my twirly thing, the fan, just not twirling the way that it was earlier today. One thing about it, if I completely fail after 8 hours of struggling with this today, I got a couple of days before returning on Thursday. So I can shoot Sudara a questions and observations and maybe get a update. Like one of the things, well, I say that, but the questions I'm asking are arguably going to be too complicated. What I was thinking was you could probably put in the gain control thing, but I mean, I've already got that. I already put in where the gain control would make it be audio times thus and so. One thing I can do, however, is once I finish struggling with this for today, I can put it up on GitHub, which is where Sudara can actually see what I did and will probably recognize where I'm going horribly wrong and what bits. Like I'll leave the bits that are commented out because they broke it. I'll leave the bits that did in fact still work. And when you're familiar with a thing, you're able to look over it and not be too snowed by other stuff floating around. Here we go. There's a start. We got to start. That fire started. I'm sitting on a splinter that poked through the fabric of my chair. Okay, let's not sit on a splinter that poked through the fabric of my chair. Let's jump back into this nonsense, because we're probably going to be able to get some of this to work. And all the add parameter param stuff is not going to work. It's like it's some of the stuff that's in editor is in processor here or there. Yeah, I cannot actually, I can't make a synth in VST2. I have no reference for how to go about doing it. I have no reference for how to go about doing this either, but. So let's see. Plugin processor compared with plugin processor. What bits of this need to be adapted? We've got a output and input thing here. We are not adding any controls to JUCE. This was sliders. We don't have any sliders. This is also where we can initialize variables, but seemingly we are not doing that, so never mind. We did that elsewhere. There was another place for it. I'm going to, however, take this and okay, so that all lives up here. All of this stuff is in here. So we may or may not be defining controls in here, but in theory, this continues to be a thing. We can initialize variables there. I don't know why we're not. I don't know why I didn't before, but this is presumably a thing. It is a change. We will see whether that is agreed to or contradicted by our coder. Get name. Okay, nope. These things do not seem to do anything. Fair. That stuff is fine. A lot of this is being simplified. I approve of the simplification to a very large extent. God, excuse me. So, process block. Here's where something happens. Plugin processor CPP. Here we have a prepare to play. I saw that up above. And the release resources. Fine. Wait. So let me take this back out again. We have a better place for them, apparently. So rather than doing that, it belongs like here. Prepare to play is presumably where we zero variables. That's plausible. Stand corrected. This is the correct place to do that. Here's process block. So right up to the top edge, right there. Here is where we do stuff. In fact, there's my audio code right there. I'm just looking back and forth against these things. We're not doing sliders. No sliders here. We are doing a RMS size. Seeing what we get out of it. So some of this audio stuff, like these sliders, audio messages, we're leaving this out. We're leaving the sliders out, but we're keeping RMS size in because we're using that for something. So we immediately have a problem. This is running dual mono, but this other code is designed to run at strictly stereo. I'm comfortable with it being strictly stereo, But all the same, the code isn't going to work this way. So my question becomes, is there anything I can do under these circumstances? Also, I don't think I like this use of auto. I don't think I like this use of auto for variables. They should be saying what they are. You'll note that I have a float under there, which is specifically a particular thing. So I was forced to do this Paul style, but we're going to see whether we can't, let's see now. Can we override this all in some way and do it differently? What happens if we just try to do this all over again and use some of this stuff instead, which will only work if it is stereo, but that's one of the, we can give it stereo and see if it just uses it, get it to reject mono elsewhere. So if we did that, that is where we I'm going to leave this bit out because we're actively doing the thing that it talks about. No sliders. And then this bit gets commented out for the moment so that I can try to put the other bit in and see if it works and see if it does anything. I can give it just stereo and see whether it functions when it gets exactly what it expects to see. Even update the bit that needs bitting. So here is our code from there. And then this is the part where it's doing stuff we can't possibly do. So we'll start with this. Main output, main input. So far so good. Get read pointer, it assumes stereo. If we give it mono, it'll die. We can probably override that, but maybe not here. No? Okay, if it's supported. In this template code, we only support mono or stereo. So if layouts is not equal to mono, and is not equal to stereo, return false. So if layouts is not equal to stereo, return false. Because mono is no longer an option, we've just changed the bit that would be compatible with it. So far, so good. So far, so good. Implicit conversion loses float. We're losing all kinds of things, apparently. Again, I'm not thrilled with the way that all of this is defaulting to a floating point bus. That is most frustrating. But we'll roll with it. So an audio processor parameter value changed, call type, blah, blah, blah. Slow measurement not rectified. We've got this, we've got that, we've got values and variables. But then we're also going to have some stuff where this, how much of this needs to be commented out? We're not going to be able to support this. Not without audio to UI messages, and I don't think we have those enabled. That said, we can put it in and see at what point does it blow up. Yep, doesn't like that one bit. Doesn't like that one bit. Where did it even get that? Because it's acting like that's not part of JUCE. Plug in processor H. There's a struct. So I do not like how this works, but I think we can put it in. Plug-in processor, where does that live? It lives above all of this stuff. So what we could do is just include it over the other things. Let's try. We're just defining stuff. Struct, UI to audio message. Enum, what? Unknown type name, parameters. Okay. Okay. Where'd it get that? It got that up here. That seems weird, but okay. I think the whole thing is piggybacking off of sliders, but we can define another enum. Nothing's stopping us from defining this even if we don't have any sliders. Now what do we got? Okay, so enum parameters. We've got that array, audio parameter, float, it's not becoming upset about that. That part's okay too, or so it would appear. However, we got some stuff going on up here which is not covered yet. We do not have lock-free queue. Is that something that I can include even though I do not know what it is? We've got a pile of stuff here that's not being covered. These things. Parameter value changed, gesture changed. Don't know what that means. Parameter value changed is an override, huh? You don't say. Well, supposing I am to make these things too. We'll put it in after the structs as it is previously. We'll just put those things in there, and I think no template named log-free queue. Okay, do I find that somewhere? Oh, for heaven's sake. That was the additional thing that showed up. That's this. What the heck is this? Paul, being over clever again, Paul. What's going on with this? It's a convenience wrapper. Well, I'm not finding it convenient, but if you find it convenient, that's fine with me. You are just doing so many fancy things, Mr. Paul. I don't know how you expect people to keep up with this. And the header. And we've also got another reference to JUCE header, which I don't believe exists in this. However, I wonder if I can just paste this in here. I mean, this is living in another program, but let's do this. This is part of the header file, but we can just put it into the other file because there's not much there. If we stick it in here, maybe it's going to figure that stuff out. Hey! See, this is the way I would prefer to have it. It's like with the other things that relate to it, rather than hiding off in another thing. But this could possibly work. I'm guessing it's actually not going to work at all. But let's see if it builds, or if we load things up real good once more. Because we just included a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, it's not happy. It's not happy. Oh, it's happy. Build succeeded. How can that be? Well, if the build succeeded, we've got a bunch of stuff sitting around. What could it be actually doing, though? Oh, unknown type names. The build succeeded, but it's still doing this. Clear all issues. Let's build it again and see if it... Haha. Okay, so... Audio to UI messages. Wouldn't it be wild if this actually was a functional plugin now? I would be shocked. Let's see if I'm shocked. Let's see if this actually built to the point where it functions. That would blow my mind. One way to find out. Let's see if it does its thing. If it does its thing, I can work on it from there. Does it do its thing? No, it does not. Also, we don't have audio. So what am I missing? It included all of that stuff, but it's not making the picture correctly. What am I missing? So I have thoroughly left something out. I know one thing that I'm missing is that timing thing. So what would that be if I had it? See, idle timer. So we did that and then it didn't work. Where is it trying to talk to idle timer? Plugin editor? C++? Yeah, I bet we don't have a bunch of this. I bet we don't have a bunch of this. This looks much emptier. Okay. These things do not relate. These are the controls that we don't have here. We don't really need the inspect button, but it's fine. It's fine. Not worried about the inspect button. It's fine. Let me adjust the damper here. When I do not adjust the damper, the firewood burns real quick and inefficiently. So, processor editor. Goodness gracious. So, plugin editor. That's fine, that's fine. Where do we begin to see stuff happening? Oh boy, okay, so slider drag internal. That's worrying. We don't have any sliders anymore. Processor UI to audio push. So yeah, I don't think we care about that. Audio to UI, however, we do. So processor editor idle. Well, that's what our timer is about, but we don't have a working timer. Boy. And we don't have a working timer because? Like, why is this overwritten in the first place? Does it need to be overwritten? If we just had a idle, like how does this? So we're in the CPP file, plugin editor. That's this one here. So we're going to be looking for a void plugin editor idle. Is there such a thing here? Should there be such a thing here? If there was, it might look a little bit like this, because none of the slider value change matters, but this one, on the other hand, this super matters. And this is like the entire space. So if we tack this on at the very end, even though it may not exist, what then happens? We're overriding idle Oh, and we have to plug in editor. So if it's already got idle inside itself somewhere, oh, and all of this stuff used up. Let us plug in processor. Yeah, plug in processor. There's still going to be huge amounts of problems everywhere. Oh. Idle does not match any declaration in plugin editor. Okay, so if the H file of plugin editor over here, does that have anything to match it? Yes, it does. Is that in public? It is in public. Okay, now it's got a thing. So out of line idle, that part's fixed. No member named audio to UI and JUCE audio processor. Well, where did I have audio UI in there? It was in something. It's here, plugin processor. Yeah. There's our structs, so plugin processor is where that lives. So not an audio processor, but instead plugin processor. Oh god, there's all of this too. Nope. 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 This is surely not a good way of doing it, but I gotta do it whichever way I can manage. Sliders does not actually count, and cannot use dot operator on a type. What does that mean? Damn if I know. So why does it say processor there? No member named audio to UI and JUCE audio processor. In the H file for plugin editor, we got plugin processor, so maybe we just need to adjust. Back to the problem. Back to that again. So why are we not finding no member in JUCE audio processor? Why is it looking in JUCE audio processor? Also sliders. What the hell with the sliders? Undeclared identifier. Other things seem to be fine. So where did we identify that? Undeclared identifier slider message which? Slider is in here somewhere. I don't see it here. However, Where did we define these things? We don't necessarily have to apply all of this stuff. I'm very concerned about how the fact we cannot find processor UI to audio push or pop. Or can we? Like, did it work anywhere else? Audio to UI push is working. So where is it getting this reference to a thing called processor? What does it think it's doing? Where is it defining sliders? Is it defining them up here? Well, there's some enums. There's some floats. But is it making sliders? Also, does it say processor here? Is that where it's supposed to be doing the thing? There's parameters. I do not see a reference to sliders here. And this is where it all came from. It's probably going to be in the H file. I don't suppose it's in the time series display, is it? Here's our time series display. I will adjust it so it can be on screen. No, if I see sliders. I don't think I do see sliders in here. Nor should there be, really, but seriously. Getting hungry. I could go for some sliders, honestly. So where did we find this dumb things? I don't see any reference to sliders here. Oh! He says, as he completely and totally lies, there's an array of sliders right there. So in plugin editor H is where that went. That said, I am deeply skeptical of this stuff, which is more Paulisms. Maybe we can just make an array of those and go with that. And there's the idle timer that we also can't use. The melatonin inspector is just fine. Let's physically separate that from this weird stuff that we're having to make. So let's see. So that, in theory, if I have n params, I do not know if I have n params. I think n params lives somewhere else. Let's see how much it explodes now. Nope, we just came to a screeching halt here. So here's the problem. It knows what this is, but we cannot make it talk to this. Oh, hang on. I see processor. This is somebody being overly clever. And that's in private, and it is actually in this very folder, plugin editor. Is there a private section here? Or have I got confused because it's something totally else? This seems very worrisome. Good. Now this looks totally different. Why is it setting sizes here and not here? I want to curl up and cry. Or make another cup of coffee, but it's 3. I really shouldn't. Let's see how far we can get. So, this was declared as private. Here's our idle timer. This is the C file, not the other file, so we want to be looking at this one here. Here's where private lives. We're not actually dealing with the idle timer. I wonder how much of this would be stop being a problem if this was declared in public. I still don't think it'll help. If it did help, it would live here. I bet that's not going to help. Oh, nope, doesn't like it. Of course, I do have to do this, plugin editor. It's still not going to help. But then in private, we're declaring a unique idle timer. And also this. That's from Paulville. And that goes there. And that's where it found the reference to processor. Gotta keep editing all of these things. Look at that. It's doing a similar thing. Processor ref. So logically, in theory, rather than doing that twice, we could go back to here. And that would be what it was talking about. Cool. That doesn't save me, but it's a start. Now this is clearly not okay, but it needs to be something. Unknown type plugin editor. It's going to be plugin editor. And that stops being an unknown type name, but we might have other problems. And then this shadows the field of idle timer, and it overrides a destructor, but it's not marked override. And if it's default, I'm not at all sure that it makes sense to be... What happens if you just did this? Does this just go back to not being a thing? Where are we at? Oh, it doesn't like that. Expected semicolon at end of declaration list. An initializer and function does not look like a pure specifier. Well, given that I do not know what a pure specifier is, that's very much not useful to me. But there's two problems to it now. How about going back to just having one problem again? And is it just a warning or is it an error? It's a warning. If it says default, we probably don't need to override that destructor. So let's make that go away again. Then it will not warn me twice. And we never actually, nope. This here can be not there. We've just copied that up there. And here's some of this craziness. And now let's see how close we are to being able to build it. We're well past where I understand what I'm doing, but it'll be real interesting to find out if it can actually build or if it just blows up. It built, but does it do anything? I'm going to guess it doesn't, but wouldn't it be exciting if it did? Back into the breach. Let's see what we've got. We never did edit the... so we've got this. Does it draw anything? No. Also, we are not attenuating the volume, so I would like to do that. I believe I can do that in Plugin Processor. We are not able to push audio to UI or back again. There's what we cut out. So if this works, okay, so here's the thing. RMS count is showing as a variable. It's lighting up. RMS size is not. Have I overlooked that? RMS size is being defined as a thing. I do not, well, no, RMS count is being incremented. Is it supposed to be declared somewhere? Oh dear. Okay, so here we send this back to 0 again. That stuff, not so much. Our channel stuff is still working. None of this appear. Well, are we getting legit? Okay, this stuff is supposed to be working and doing a thing. Main output and input are correctly specified. Get buffer false 0, buffer true 0. Good enough. It's making sound, so it can't be blanking everything. Get total non-input channels. So that, yeah. Okay, this seems like a good sanity check. I don't think that's going to cause me a problem. Let's get sample rate double. Or is it this? I mean, that's specified. That could just as well be an int. Slew measurement seems fine. We're not actually needing to do that much with it, honestly. RMS loudness. Let's build this again. Let's put it in here. And let's see if now we are able to make it be quieter. If it is quieter, we're successfully applying audio processing. So now what we've got is we've got a displayed interface, we've got a custom control, which is like a meter to draw on, and we're able to do stuff in the audio thread as far as changing the sound of it. We can't make any, we've even defined slider. We can't draw anything on it though. We're missing something. But a bunch of this other stuff is like literally here. Bunch of this stuff is here. It started from the bottom, now it's here. So could this be a part that I'm missing? I've got a bunch of this other stuff. I got a bunch of this other stuff sitting around. We're just leaving this off because it looks like mess. But we're able to do that. So let's see. So that is still Pamplejuce. This is starting to become Paul's Wild Ride. This is defining a thing and then immediately doing something with it. And it's right above that. So if we put this in what way does it throw up and die? Because we shouldn't actually have any UI to audio stuff at all, to my knowledge. We don't have any of these sliders, so we don't want any of this stuff. If I get bus buffer part, is how, yep, that's still there. This is a weird little note. Not sure what that's about. So one thing I do know about this is that we're setting this to new value. I believe that's what it's doing. So in theory, with this stuff up here, UI to audio message stuff, if we just leave these things off, because it's showing a slightly not black color, meaning that it's somewhere in an enum, these are actually numbers. And if we have no controls to produce begin, edit, or change gesture, params shouldn't relate to those things. We don't have any begin change gesture or end change gesture to my knowledge. But we might be using it to make these numbers go. I'd love to ask somebody what better way of doing this there is, because this cannot be correct. I can't believe that this is a good way of doing it. I really just can't. Oh. Hang on. Let's undo that. We've got enumeration values that apparently it wants to be. Yeah, it wants those to be there. But I don't believe for a second that these relate to anything. So we're just going to fall straight through. We're going to assume that there is no such thing as begin edit or end edit. If it hits these things, it don't do nothing. But set value, on the other hand, maybe this is how it gets its information. Let's see if it throws up and dies. It's trying to build. Wouldn't that be interesting if that turned out to be what it needed? We're going to find out. We can't get there by understanding things, but we can get there by experimenting like a madman. What do we got? Did that tell it how to work or not? I'm going to guess not, but let's find out. No. Got nothing. Got nothing. So that did actually not help. So when it's doing this stuff, what's it actually doing? We're trying to send an audio to UI message. We're trying to periodically send it as it reaches this RMS size. And then it's sending an audio to UI push message. It's pushing a series of messages, which is all of these factors as they go. I do not know if I need to do that. I feel like, couldn't I just be making more values and incrementing them only at this point? Surely that would be better than this crazy push nonsense. I mean, granted, there's going to be a reason for it in its place, but I'm not seeing it. So audio to UI message. We've got this stuck in here, but I don't know whether that does a thing. Oh, and log-free Q is clearly something that has to do with how this is going. So what about, we've got the log-free Q, that's only an H file. Only in an H file. How's that even supposed to work? Does it only work in a separate file? I mean, it seems to compile. This is way beyond anything I've ever understood. Template, type name T, and it's pushing and popping stuff onto a stack of some, well, push and pop implies a stack. JUCE abstract FIFO AF and TDQ quesize is completely beyond my understanding. I have no frame of reference for any of this. Const T, well, push is const T, but pop is not const T for some reason. Wonder why that would be. Can I make that interface draw on the screen in any way at all? Like here we have a bunch of floating point precision being lost. It's able to draw these. And then we kind of stop. But it's able to draw these. So we got this far. Get width refers to this particular object. It's internal to the time series display. All this implicit stuff. Maybe I can make some of these things be less obnoxious to look at. We'll just go through and throw Fs on everything. Oh, well that looks really messed up, doesn't it? Int to stand array size type. Okay, unsigned long. Well, it had better be an unsigned long int. Yeah, it's not actually complaining about the other part. There's the one that I can make go away like that. And another one. But all of these implicit conversions changing the assignedness to stand array size type is very worrisome. How am I even supposed to tell it about that? I do not get it. That said, we can always just do these. We can't get it to draw anything. We can't get it to draw a damn thing. This is the drawing stuff, but we can't get it to draw a damn thing. So counter the points in the array. The moving line, can it be made to draw the moving line at least? At what point does this blow up? Can we make it draw some of the things differently? Let's see if we can make it like gray to red. Are we at least getting this far? That it can draw a thing and we've changed something about it. Because what we need to do is make it draw stuff. Even if we wrestle it to the ground and make it do it in a really inefficient way, it needs to be able to draw stuff. Do we have red lines? Yes, we do. Okay, so we're getting here. We're getting into this point where it's able to draw lines, but none of our other stuff is working at all. So can we see whether endpoints is a thing, maybe? Like, do we ever even see inside this? We got all this going on, but do we ever even see inside this? If endpoints is always 0, we're about to change the color, so let's just so if we ever see inside this, there will be a red line right up at the top. If we don't ever see inside this, there will not be a red line. Survey says do we have a red line? We do. We are seeing inside that, but it's not doing anything. Also, we're affecting the audio. So we get to see inside here. Is it animating? It looks more than a little bit like we're repainting everything every single frame. I wonder how fast it's going. So where are we supposed to be? I times dx. So here's our fill rect stuff. We're seeing inside this. Therefore, we'll draw a little farther. We're still on red. Fill rect. And instead of float get width, comma 1, we're going to go 1, comma 1. Are we going to make a dot that cycles through, animates, showing that it is actually moving? Where's the count coming from in the second fill rect? Let's find out. I don't see it. I don't see a count anywhere. Oh, no, wait, I do. The moving line. We also do not have a moving line. That might be a good point. Firstly, let's see. We're doing I times 0. That might actually help. One thing at a time. Firstly, let's see if this did anything. We will find out whether it's actually scanning across, but you might be onto something there. That might be a really good observation. Because it looks like a lot of things are dependent upon that being there. Recent effects. I do not see anything other than the red line. Let's put this back. So now we should have a red line that is halfway down from the 60 dB line. And I will be on 2 count momentarily. I want to see if I can make this do a thing. I'm all about this I times dx and seeing whether it can be made to do anything. We can move that down here now. And I'm going to go and find out what the count means too. We've got a line. I don't know if it's animating though. But it's able to draw the line. It's drawing the line straight across, and that concerns me a little bit. But let's comment that out for now. So yeah, count. Where's count coming from? What are we doing with it? Because that's supposed to be the line. That's where we're stepping across. Does it show up elsewhere? I times dx is usually what we refer to for drawing this stuff. Dx would be the width of our rect. It's being defined somewhere. Times raised to display x. Count starts at 0. Push increment. If count equals int limit, count equals 0. And that is how we're populating these arrays. So if count ain't working properly, that's why we're not getting anything. So push increment. What's happening with push increment? It is necessary to the functioning of all this. Count lives inside all of this, and that's the only place we're able to get values in our arrays, and our arrays are what we're drawing stuff with. So there's our number of points. So we've got to find push increment and see it in use. And that's probably going to be here. New value 1200. Ooh, boy, is this messy. So are we even able to send any messages at all? Is this just absolutely failing to do any of this stuff? Because it's acting like this is sitting here being able to work. But I don't know if I'm ready to believe it. Audio to UI push message. So that's supposed to be a something. We are supposed to be able to push this, and I don't really know what any of this pushing is doing. This is getting into C++ stuff that's completely over my head. I don't understand how it can do such a thing. But the code is acting like it's making sense. That's the problem. It's acting like it's making sense, but it's not necessarily doing anything. Give me a second. I'm going to put this away. Throw another log on here. If I have to be dumb and confused, I should at least be dumb, confused, and warm. Seems only fair. Go. the sad part of all of this is I also don't know how to put any controls on. There's just that one button. It did work, although only for VST3. But I'm still kind of nowhere. I can't make anything work. So we're going to continue to try. Can I do something to show whether this works or not? Which framework? This is a horrible combination of Pamplejuce and a thing that Paul from Surge Synthesizer built for me. The Pamplejuce part basically worked, but I didn't know how to do anything else with it. The Paul stuff worked once, and I've never been able to make it work again. So we're really kind of up a creek. And they don't go together. But we got far enough to be able to make it draw the Paul thing underneath the Pamplejuce thing. Time series display comes from the Paul thing. See, Paul Walker? In 21. So it's years ago. I've never been able to use this. And it was made especially for me, but I was never able to use it. Hi, Mel. I need Santa today. All these warnings are upsetting me. Oh, I see something I can do, though. I can fix all of these at once. Unsigned long, huh? T, type, U long. There, how you doing? Very good. Oh, hello. Unused variable? What do you mean, unused variable? Let's clear some of these other things up while we're at it, but I didn't expect that. Actually, no, I suppose that's legit. What this is doing. And wouldn't it be funny if changing it to, oh, it's going to be worse. More than 6 hours sitting and failing. Let's see what we can make happen. The part that's baffling me here is how we can do all this and yet it does not budge. It's nice that I got that bit sorted out. So dx width of individual slice. Endpoints. I wonder if I have a good value on endpoints. It can't be a 0 because it would have a problem. No, it's not. It's 1200. It's acting like, oh, hello. Int count, huh? It wants to use long unsigned ints for arrays, and yet it won't use double precision for calculations. Go figure. I am disappointed, son. What? Wait. Wait a second. What the actual... What the double actual? What on earth? What on earth is going on here? Okay, so we can do unsigned long count, except for now it doesn't think it's an unsigned long. I know. Implicit conversion changes signedness. Int. Does it build? Clear all these issues. Is it still having issues? You're switching to M3? Nice. So here are voids and they're getting floats in. These are supposed to be floats. Data RSL. Those are also supposed to be floats. Probably are. Oh, no, yes they are. They're arrays. Float is limit, but we're casting it to unsigned long, and before we were casting it to int. And if it is equal to that, then it is 0. Well, what if we missed it somehow? Shouldn't it be greater than? Or greater than equal? If we did this, then is count going to be moving? See what we got. I'm going to have to do additional experiments here to see what we can make happen. But that is interesting. And by interesting, I mean it's not really very interesting at all, and I don't know if I did anything. But we just did some more things where it might have been expecting something and not getting it. So if we are applying this, we got nothing other than it's applying the audio. But it built and it worked. So what can we do to get some of this data here? Can we put data directly into the array? Data peak L. So this is all being defined in like global, well, time series display scale. So we keep having to put this stuff here. So here's a bunch of stuff, but what else can we do? We're able to make RMS left and peak and so on and so forth do a thing. But what if we were operating the actual arrays from here rather than trying to push information through whatever weird circus this is? And yes, I do think it's a weird circus. At which point do we have data peak, and then count is 1, but we maybe can edit that in some way. I don't rightly know what RMS count is for, why that's different from just regular count. Do we have access to this from here? Oh, no, wait, I know what that is. So data peak R, peak right, new value square root peak right. So if we were able to push that to be that, it's an undeclared identifier, but maybe I can find a way to declare it. And the I is also undeclared. But we're supposed to be incrementing count. That's probably also undeclared, but maybe I can go and find it. It lives in time series display. The H file for time series display includes a bunch of things such as the arrays, count. So if I'm able to refer to this struct where these things live, maybe I can just access it directly. Might do about the same thing. So, but do we have access to time series delay in here at all? Does it even know what that is from this point in the program? Or is that why we have to keep pushing stuff around? How about that? And if we do this, can we refer to it directly? Nope, that's also an undeclared identifier. Okay, well, we have square root peak right here. Can we refer to plugin processor from here instead? Just sort of go the opposite direction. So void time series delay. So we got to kind of try to get at some of this information here. Oh, these arrays, data peak L. Maybe that's why? No, that's what I'm talking about. Data peak R, count. These are part of what's defined here. We just can't touch them. Although they're not defined as private, but we still can't touch them. You can't touch this. So, if we call these things, then we can update whatever that stuff is. And if we call this, it wraps to whatever this is. But until it wraps, it does correctly. So let's see. Plugin processor. Firstly, you go away. Did not help. So we need to be able to do this. When we call these out of time series delay, that's when it updates. Display. But instead we keep doing this. Why can't we just call those in time series display? We keep having to do this audio to UI part, which is presumably not working. There's UI to audio. However, including this did not help. It didn't do anything, I assume. We're going to find out. Also, plugin processor C, eh? Do we also have an audio to UI message up here? That should be included. Don't want that. Params add listener might be the thing that it needs to have, but I don't know, and I don't know how to do it if it did. UI to audio message. So where's our audio to UI message? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So it's able to do this thing, but this push stuff seems to be not working, and I don't know why it's there. We got a parameter value changed. However, that seems to be about the same as before. I do think I didn't include this bit. I do think I didn't include that bit. So plugin processor. So if that was the bit that I was missing, value changed. It looks like it's repeating what is already there. And that doesn't make any sense. It's just doing its fancy pants stuff of trying to read things in various ways. I do not get. That said, it looks very circular and self-referential, but who's to say that this might not be the missing piece? Except for I got to change this bit over. So, plugin processor. Oh, doesn't like it. Out of line definition of parameter value change. Well, I mean, oh, and this is also a problem. Which is fine. I mean, I knew that was a problem when I started it. But out of line definition does not match any declaration in plug. Well, there's nothing to do about that. Parameter value changed. Where do we find that? we find it here. Oh, and it's an override. How helpful. Then, oh. That needs to be that. So that's now identified. And now if we go to the H file, we can in fact make it be one of the things that's included. I would like to do it in a place that is appropriate. It's gone in just over has editor. So that will go right over has editor as well. Dear. Only virtual member functions can be marked override. Well, I can take the override away. Would you like that if I just take the override away? Let's see what you make of that. Huh. And now, does it build, even though I do not know what I did, because this is professional programmer stuff in heavy C++. And there's no telling what it thinks it's doing. It did build, but I don't know what I did. Possibly nothing. Let's find out. Pretty soon it's going to be time for me to get my tacos going for the evening, and I will be very appreciative of them, because this is not the goodest of days. Nope, we got nothing. That did not help at all. So instead of that, since that didn't help, let's take it back out again. I am frustrated by it. I do not like. I do not want the thing that got added that doesn't belong there and that didn't help or do anything. Like, the polisms are bad enough without them not working or doing anything. It's not good when I don't understand the slightest thing about what it's supposed to be doing. So, time series display is made available in the other file by line 20. Let's see if it still builds. It probably does. I just erased the bit that it was before. Yeah, it's going to be fine. So, include time series display H. So we got this going on. We've got count happening, and that's supposed to go up to 1200. If I take one of these, then it'll go to 120. And so, if count is working and doing anything, I should have an animating line. There'll be the line here, and then it'll be one that moves, and then a bunch of other ones. Because these lines are in fact drawing, so I should be able to use these to get us to spy on what's actually happening. If that's not animating, that tells me something. Also, it should be missing if this is doing what I think it is. Let's see what we got. It is missing, and when I play, I also see nothing. I think count is not incrementing, but that is accurately representing count, if I'm not mistaken, because it's just becoming 0 or something. And points is 1200. Here is iterating through the points and drawing all the array based on, I think it's just drawing the array every single time. This is very inefficient. Back to plugin processor. Here's where it's trying to update things and failing. We're instantiating this. We're telling it to push, and it's making a stack of all of these things. But, and then it's blanking this stuff back out again. Oh boy. Can't we just update the relevant places in the arrays? Do we have to be doing it using these message things? I'm very unhappy with these message things. This seems like a pile of hot nonsense. Like, all well and good. It'd be great if I learned how this is supposed to work, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not feeling it. Lock-free queue is betraying me. So these are all things being called by something. There's our idle timer that presumably doesn't work. There's sliders, which didn't work either. There's idle timer, which doesn't work. And that, we don't need this here at all. This is from elsewhere. In fact, I think all of this stuff is Paulisms. We were able to use this elsewhere. So what did it complain about when we did this? Because this is doing something. It's overriding a destructor. It's not marked to override. If that turned out to be okay, what would happen? It takes a while to build, but probably not as much as I think. The computer is very capable. If we did that, do we get animation? Do we get anything happening? At this point, I see nothing happening, although we did, in fact, not update this thing. Also, I'm pretty sure I would see the moving line if we were going to get something showing up. And sure enough, we got nothing. So this whole idle timer thing seems like it absolutely does not work. Where it came from looks very similarly. This bothers me. slider value changed and stuff. I'm not using any sliders, so this, I don't get this. It's a void, so it doesn't do anything. So it's overriding a thing in slider, but it shouldn't necessarily care whether there are any sliders there or not, because it's doing something which I think I hacked in there just to make it work. So if there was something there for it, same problem. Maybe it's because it's in private. Maybe if it lived here, it would be better. Or perhaps not. Nope, no better. I do not know what a virtual member function is, so this is not easy for me to debug. Not easy at all. My lack of any C++ expertise is really clobbering me with JUCE. Badly. Badly, badly, badly. It's not a good scene. This is why I need stuff that basically works so that I can develop upon it. Like you saw, I mean, I coded all of this to draw the original graphics and stuff. I don't even know how I got here, but somehow I got this to work. And it's drawing a thing based on a bunch of large arrays. The problem being now that I can't make anything work at all. Nor do I see count incrementing in any way. And we're having to send messages to time series display. Struct, yeah, correctly, it's made available in the other file via line 20, struct time series display. Oh wait, hang on a second. Do you refer to things in a struct with like a colon? Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Let's build it again. Yup. Yep, simple gain plugin is 50 megs. That's JUCE for you, baby. I don't know what else to do about it. You are absolutely right. Well, not only that, like my build files, the code for gain plugin in VST or generic AU is like 130K. For this JUCE stuff, the code files and build stuff is 0.5 GB for every single one. We can, in fact, go to here and to here and get info. Oh no, now it's a gigabyte. So the code for this one plugin is now 1 GB all by itself. Although I could probably clear the build. Let's find out what happens if we do that. Clean build folder. There we go. There we go. Now it's 0.5 GB. Yeah. You compare that with what I build, which is like, here, let's have a look at, this is why I've been resistant. Like JUCE is not working at all. And it's like this. Whereas pocket verbs, which is by far my biggest thing, pocket verbs takes forever to generate. So that's the code for pocket verbs, and this is the code for a single, well, it's not a gain plugin anymore. It's just not working, but it's got all of this metering code. And then pocket verbs is 304K. So that should tell you something. But I'll tell you something else. I need to get some food defrosting. So we're going to fire this up, and I will be right back. Not with coffee, but having gotten some of my taco stuff ready. Hey, I have GitHub. That's Microsoft. They have enough storage. Okay, I'm back. Very good. Alrighty. So let's see where we've got so far. We have made Pamplejuce compile and build a working plugin if only for VST3. Honestly, I could check the standalone as well. We got the artifacts here. Oh, no, apparently they're not there. Let's look in builds. Oh, is that just because I cleaned all of the build folders? Let's build again. It'll take a little longer, but I'm looking for that standalone. I think it was meant to build all the things, so I want to see if any of them other than the VST actually built, because I'm sure that Sidara would like to know that as well. I never got anywhere with iPlug2. I didn't even really get started. Which is not to say that's a bad idea, but I mean, here's your challenge right there. So that is not a thing. How about build? There we go. So now we can try out some of these things. here is a gain standalone build. Does this in fact... Oh, I see nothing I can run here. Oops. Objects. Yeah, I can't run that. Gain standalone build. So that's not helpful. VST3. What is going on? Why am I not finding what I'm supposed to find? Should I look in here? No? Okay, we got lost. Must have got lost somewhere down the line. So, I am assuming that build is where I need to look. Oh, how about, rather than in debug, how about looking in the build folder? Nope. I know I had something that built, right? You do build, and I have been taking a VST3 from somewhere. I've just now lost it again. So back down to the bottom level. I am not more pro than you. Not with this. I am not more pro than you. So I would assume that, well, we changed source. That's not it. Builds. Oh, I forgot to look in artifacts. Just a minute. Maybe I'll get there. Debug. There we go. Here's probably where I'll find it. So, does this in fact run? Kinda. I'm going to call that good enough. I don't think it's actually going to give me anything, but that looks like it runs, so I can say that the VST3 and the standalone appear to run. I have to do audio MIDI settings, so I have to, it only wants to work with live input, which is cool in its own right. But it's not actually offering me the inputs I would want for this, so that's fine. Yeah. Although, I could set the output to nothing and the input to Blackmagic Design, at which point it's theoretically supposed to be getting my mic input, but it clearly is not. So I expected that. And we don't have to worry about output because, again, we never actually got it to do anything. But it looks like the standalone runs. The VST3 runs, and if I'm not mistaken, the audio unit as always, whenever it asks me to do these things, I never actually want to. It's only showing the code and stuff, and yet I'm still paranoid about typing in my password on stream. But like I was saying, VST runs, and the AU, if I am not very much mistaken, shows up here, but does not. So there you have it. So we have a cannot do in current context. So there's that. The VST3 worked, and what else have we got? So we got VST3, standalone is working, AU is not. Where do you even put AU v3s? Well, I can put it in components and see what it does. This is just crap again. There you go. Bear with me. That doesn't actually mean anything, but I don't care. And then over to the gain VST3. goes there. And now if we try it, oh yeah, no, I'm cautious about stuff like that. Last thing you want to do is be randomly owned for no good reason. So there's our VST3. Now we have no audio, but I don't know why. I'll figure it out. Did I change this? Or did we change? Let's reboot the Rayon. Watch Twisted Wave set to, because it was okay before. Output device system setting. We'll go to SWB and we're going to go back to Rayon Audio and we're going to see whether it now is able to make a sound. Nope, it's upset. So bear with me for a second while I try to sort this one out now. Maybe it's simply bad connection. Okay, so here is let's restart the DA10. All of a sudden, the converter ain't working, and there's no good reason for that. How you doing? We are very unhappy all of a sudden. We have managed to is it because of the many questions, many new and troubling questions? When I run this, the converter completely fails to work, and I'm shutting it off to protect all my stuff. But though the converter is failing to work, what does it say in the AUs? Could it be the fault of not the audio units suddenly having the wrong kind of thing in them? Could it be freaking out core audio? Okay, that failed. Let's go over to components and make this go away. Let's make both of these go away. Gain apex, clearly not in the right place. Again, make this go away. Very good. Let's hope we don't actually have to reboot the computer. I wonder if I can reboot core audio. Audio MIDI setup. We are actually not trying to run 192K, thank you. We're running 96. Why were you thinking it was 192? Okay, now that we're back at 96K rather than pretending to be 192, now what can we do? Why would it have done that? Like, why would it have done that? Why did it set it to 196 out of nowhere, 192 out of nowhere? Let's find out real quick whether we can make a sound. Okay. Wide lock, narrow, and crystal. Okay. So we are back to working audio systems, which is good and reassuring, and that's what we want. It's being a little freaky to me while waiting for something else to happen, though, and I don't like that one bit. Maybe it's just being twitchy when it's not getting a clock. It shouldn't be flickering like that, though. You can't see it. I'm looking at the controls on the physical Lavery converter. And if we play this, that is alive. And if we go back to the VST3 effects, once again, we can make the slightly quieter noise, but we see nothing. Nothing. Back to this. The taco dinner that I'm waiting for is getting closer and closer, but we're going to see whether we can't make anything happen, because I am deeply frustrated and suspicious with all of this. So how do you refer to struct elements? Can we talk to these arrays directly? Because all these functions, all they do is, well, I mean, can we call these functions directly? That could be cool. Can we call those functions from the other thing? Time series display. Is it available anywhere in here? Or in editor? It's got to be available somewhere. TS display. Interesting. Huh. So the way you talk to the elements of a struct is with this arrow looking thing. That's new. And we got TS display making, okay. Cool. That could become a something. Let's see if we can use this directly. Alrighty, so TS display push RMS L, which basically just assigns it to a thing. From plugin processor, what if we just started using it directly? So where's our, nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Nuh-uh. Or wait, we could, couldn't we? Push RMS L. What happens if it does that? Never mind. It was supposed to be able to know what TS display was. Would have helped. Would have helped. Undeclared identifier my butt. It knows what it is elsewhere. So plugin processor doesn't know, but plugin editor does know what it is. Plugin processor is able to talk to it. This part's fine. It's able to call these functions. So is it part of plugin editor then? Oh, or processor ref? What if it's part of processor ref? If it's talking to this stuff, right? So plugin editor. And then TS display becomes part of this. Now do you know what it is? No. Do you know what plugin editor is? It's showing up with a blue line. Does the one thing know what the other thing is? You can't use dot operator on a type. Well, okay. Cool. I don't know anything about C++, so we're just grasping at straws here. If I can't use dot operator on a type, what should I be doing? I'm pretty sure you can't. What if you do a series of indirections like this? What do you think of that? Can't use an arrow operator on a type. What's a type? Well, that ain't even a thing. What about this? Undeclared identifier TS display. What about this? Oh, we're starting to get somewhere. TS display is a private member of plugin editor. Don't you be messing with it publicly, it's private. Well, that's exactly the problem. We don't want that to be private. We want it to be a lot more public so that I can do stuff with it. Thank you very much. And it lives here, and this is how you make them. I don't know how useful these things are. So I'm basically trying to work out why it can't live here. All the other stuff lives here. Other than it is a struct, it is a component. So we're able to define what this thing is here. But then we're kind of instantiating it somewhere else. We're creating one. We're making one exist. And we're making it exist here, but it is private. So what if it wasn't? Never mind this idle timer stuff. What if we just told this, you're not private any longer. No, make one that I can reach. Does that do anything that helps? Well, it isn't throwing an error anymore. It's a horrifying thing to do, but I do not care about that. Oh, invalid. Invalid use of this. Non-static. So it would have to be static, and that's the last thing I want it to be. We do not want that to be static. We want it to be extremely dynamic. So if we took it away from there entirely, let's try to remember where it came from, and threw it in here instead, then what would it do? Oh, it's an undeclared identifier now. So never mind, as Emily Latella would say. We go back to here and we put it back where it initially was, because at least it produced a thing at that point. We go here and then it at least does something. But we can't make it, we can't reach it in any way, and that's the problem. And we only have a half an hour to solve the problem. Or abjectly fail today, which is definitely a possibility. Again, I got a couple of days before returning on Thursday and trying to do more. Hi. You don't work at all. Can we at least get back to something that builds? Because the cool thing about this is some parts of it, for instance, the standalone and the VST3, build. And there's one now. So we can kind of check it and see how it's doing. And we're going to have a slightly attenuated sound and no visuals. So we can't send messages to anything. We got all this stuff about sending messages and it won't work and it doesn't do anything. It's hard to tell whether even this is doing anything. I'm assuming I'm getting to here. Like RMS count gets zeroed here. And it does count up here. And we are doing this because we can tell that it's doing this part. I could, let's see, what's our RMS size? There we are. Oh, gotta have an actual variable name there. Let's see whether RMS count is incrementing. If it does, we'll get a pulsy effect. Sure enough, RMS count is in fact incrementing. We're hearing a sort of flickering out of it. That's all you get when your amplitude is divided by that much. Let's see whether RMS is incrementing. Oh, wrong. So that should do something. A little hard to tell exactly what it's going to do, but it's going to do something. Build. Going to make more ugly noises, I'm guessing. What's our ugly noises for today? Okay, that's loud. Don't like that. That's because it's a very small number. Or our order of operations is not what I thought it would be. So surely if RMS left ends up being a big old number, well, let's see what it does. I feel like that would have been a factor of the order of operations, but I could be wrong. In any case, shouldn't actually hurt to do it twice, so we'll see what it does this time. Nasty noise. Oh god, yeah. You see that? 138 dB. Thankfully, we are not turned up very loud. That said, it did a thing. We are getting this number correct. It's just not very useful. Alrighty. So we're back to just making a sound. RMS count is incrementing. What's RMS size? 1881 divided by 4.1k times get sample rate. Fair? That seems correct. We can add all of our little float. Well, no, it's double, so no reason to not have it be double. That should work just fine. It shouldn't be taking this and making it be 0 and then going from there, but wouldn't it be funny if it did? Wouldn't it be funny if that 0.0 was all that caused this to happen? Because that can sometimes happen. It can sometimes happen that you've got the thing going on, and because it says 1881 divided by 4.1k times get sample rate, it's making it be an integer result, which is 0, and then 0 times get sample rate remains 0, and so nothing happens. And we're going to find out right now if that's what caused all of this headache. I'm guessing not, but it would be really fun and exciting if that was wrong. That would be hilarious. No, I was wrong. It did not help at all. But it's all well and good. I would have assumed that it would cast it to double, honestly. So, good enough. So here we've got slew, peak, and RMS, which has to be calculated elsewhere. Yeah, RMS needs to be divided by RMS. Well, it worked before. This is the code that I had before. Here's your problem. It's not capable of doing this, and I don't know why. I don't know what has gone wrong. That messages in, because I've never used messages in JUCE before, so I have no idea what it's supposed to be. It's just a world of hurt. This is just a world of hurt, and I have less than a half an hour to solve it for today. I wonder if I can tack this on to, nope, this is getting them samples. So this is cycling through, but this is only going to happen what's up with this? Every buffer goes through. Is that the same as it? This is, here's what it originally was. Could it be as simple as having the thing in the wrong place? No. No, that's what it's supposed to be. This worked before. Here we've got our stuff here. This is a very small little piece of code. And there it is incrementing. And then if RMS count is larger than RMS size, Why is it asking that? It's going through the entire damn buffer. Why is it asking that? Why is it asking about RMS count? That doesn't make any sense at all. Seriously, why is it asking that? This is supposed to be going through Oh, I bet I know. The reason it's asking is RMS count larger than RMS size is because we're assuming that our processing buffer is way smaller than that. The buffer is supposed to be like 1800 or more samples, whereas the processing buffer is likely to be much smaller. It could be like 256, 128, for super low latency 32. The processing buffer is likely to be way smaller. I still think we're getting into a place where, but we're not done here, are we? We're capable of doing this at the very end. Can we interfere with out L and out R from here, or do we not have it available? No, we don't have it available. That exists within this. Our buffer processing only lives here. It only lives here. We can't adjust samples from in here, although we could go back and do something to them. Like, I could try to interfere with it. Let's try to interfere with it. We've got that. We do the entire processing, at which point the output has been written to, but then we're not done. We've gone through all those samples. We're still sitting over the same buffer, so we could thrash the buffer or do ugly things to it, such as where'd I get I? Oh. I buffer 0 or less than get num samples. Plus I. So it starts at 1, because it starts at 0, and then I believe immediately increments before testing. It doesn't matter. We can just have it be a number. Let's say that all of our buffer is going to be 2. So that is now a sample in there, which we can manipulate and mess with. And at out L, this is a way of referring to these things, and so it should work. And so that is now defining it as making a couple of pointers. We're not doing anything with them yet. But if we then go and say typos everywhere. If we do this, then at the end of every buffer, we go back and we do a couple of bits of the buffer over again. We have to have our buffer be larger than 16, but I'm confident that it always will be. And back to using I. And we're passing through our audio, yes. We're doing all of this, and then we're going through, and if RMS count is larger than RMS size, we're going to put a little silence. We're going to put a little blank spot in here before trying to do anything else. I want to see if any of this ever happens. So we should be able to put a sputtery silence in here whenever the buffer actually rotates around. And that should work. We're handling stuff in the buffer twice, but that isn't to say that it shouldn't work. I love how the guy says, "You're more pro than me." Ha ha ha. Now what do we got? We should have same thing as we had before, except for there will be a sputteriness of blank bits in here. I don't know if I'm hearing it. Sounds pretty clear to me. Sounds pretty clear to me. I don't know if I... So if RMS count is larger than RMS size, that would be where we restart it. Should have been able to do that and override it. If so, if I take it out of here and put the same thing in here, it will be sputtery. But then RMS count never managed to be larger than RMS size, which is a little concerning. Which would mean we'd never see this part. It's acting a little bit like we never saw this part. So let's see what happens when we build it now. Because now I've moved it out of this if statement. Do I now have a sputteriness, or have I just overthought it? This should be producing a sputtery effect. If it is, it's not enough of one. That doesn't really sound any different, does it? Well, I know how I can make it sputtery by actually putting audio spikes in there. We're now starting at 0. We're going through this again. We're looking at our buffer while we are in the process of working on it. And we should be able to go over it twice, just like this, right? Surely we can go through this twice, and then it'll do something. In fact, let's get even more audacious and try to overwhelm all of the buffer. Outright pointer should do it for us. And we're not going to do a 1, we're going to do a 0. And let's see if we can make this be just a pile of silence. We're doing it over again. We do that, and then we do it over. And the second time over, we make everything be silence. Does it actually do that, or am I misunderstanding things somehow? Because this should be casting everything audio to silence, because it's gone over the buffer once to make a 6 dB down, and then once to make everything silent. Does it do the thing I thought it was going to do? No, it ain't. Why not? Why can't I do that twice? I'm running it twice. What the hey? We should be able to do this again. Am I failing to understand what out means somehow? We move that there, then do I get silence? This should absolutely be making silence. This time I'm overriding it directly where it's being done. Yep. So what up? Why can we not do this thing twice? We do it here, and now we've got our raw pass-through. Then we try to do it again, and nothing happens. What is up with that? How are we not able to write this over twice? Can you only access a right pointer once? You do the get right pointer, and then you process through the entire buffer, and then it just knows not to do it again? What on earth is going on there? It's the same code. Shouldn't you be able to do the same code twice and then do something different the second time? I am mystified. Well, we ain't quite done with ideas yet. We've got some variables that we have available, such as RMS, left and right, and so on and so forth. I confess, folks, I'm drawing a blank. It's been close to 8 hours now. This is the same code that worked in the other context, but for whatever reason, we are super duper nowhere, even though it's not blowing any errors and refusing to function. It's willing to function, but it won't work. Well, shucks, we've got this stuff commented out. Could that be part of it? I feel certain that it would have been commented out because it simply was busted and I couldn't make it work. And I feel certain that it's going to continue to be busted, but if it does build, that'll be kind of exciting, because that was commented out. Now that we've turned it on, imagine what would happen if this now worked. That'd be mind-blowing. After all that trouble. It'd be kind of exciting. I'd be all happy and going off to my tacos in good spirits, but I'm a little puzzled. What do we got? How'd I miss that? How'd I miss that? Right, 8 minutes to do some of the hacks I wanted to do, having successfully got the thing. Dude, we made it work. Or I made it work, but honestly I can't take that much credit for it because it was 8 hours of solid derp. That said, the silly crud worked. Now what can we do about this? There's many possibilities, but what I wanted to do was to stop drawing those colored lines and everything. So where's that time series delay? I think maybe it is. So data peak. So here's where I got those colors, but we're not really interested in using those. There's the fill rect, but we're not really interested in using those. So the simplest thing to do for the hack I wanted to do this whole time, oh, derp. This is an addition to what I initially had. And the initial thing was a 1 pixel black spot. That being the one that's supposed to be there. I don't think we actually have set D and set L doing anything if I've skipped that bit. Can it build? This is the funniest stream ever. Makes one believe in higher powers that like silly drummers that try to code. So here's what this was supposed to look like if I have made myself clear. That's what I wanted. I have spent years wanting to get this to this point. Wow. Yeah, see. You can see where the dots are now. And what you're supposed to do is mix it in such a way that, oh, I should put the line back. There's a line that's supposed to be in the middle here. You're supposed to mix it in such a way that the top area is filled with a dense cloud of peaks that are constantly busy and being exercised. And let's see now. Other stuff like, okay, that's loud. Let's see some stuff that is not full crank. It's quieter. If you have quieter stuff going on, then you're not really coming anywhere near top. Just only the drums are about this loud. Whereas the one that I went and did that was console LA, I think this is my loudest bits. You can really see how it's stepping on. We're fully cranked out here. How loud was this? So this has been mixed too loud. Neat though it may be, when you run this and have mixed it too loud, what you get is stuff like this. I mixed this too loud. We're not seeing the range of peaks. Instead, it's flattened. Instead, we just have this cranked out area. Modern music is pretty much all going to show up like this. What I want to do is take a bunch of classic albums and run a display where we can see this here, but also stuff like the density of zero crossings, what slew does. And this is currently set up to only show RMS and peak. I overlaid some of that other stuff using color in the belief that I would be able to make that be a thing. I don't think it really worked as well as I would have liked. We need separate displays, separate representations for this. But this is what that's supposed to be about. Let's see, here's the quieter section. I guess I just pushed the chorus there, or the bridge, really hard. And you can, and I don't really need the inspect the UI control. But here's, in this case, unlike the console MC version, when we have it starting up, a lot of our peaks are actually hanging out kind of low. You really want it to fill up the range up here. Ideally, you want this to come up to, let me go and put back one of the lines. This doesn't need to be here. This needs to be this. So 100 line. There's your 12 dB marking. And we can fill in little gray areas and things, but having put this back, oh, it's so nice that this actually worked. 2 minutes of showing what it's actually supposed to be. This also means Thursday we can actually do stuff with it, and that's exciting. Whether or not I have the porting to AU and so on worked out, this means we can use this, we can make it be a thing. Let's fire up Taming this Oxen. See what these bits look like. And back we go, without the weird color effects on there. And I'll have to remove the inspect the UI. You can plainly see that I have a really strong kick drum in here. That said, it's not like professional grade kick drum, because a really strong kick drum all by itself would probably be going up to the 6 dB mark. It's a little short. These quiet parts, not filling up all the area, but you can see the difference between the red and green tinges are left and right. And you can see that we're starting to clip hardcore here. Doesn't have to be this loud. And we're doing that because the rest of it's not really filling up the area. It's still sounding kind of empty. We got this stuff going on. It sounds kind of empty. We're not getting a lot of energy happening. The pulses are good. That's fine. But we're just not filling up the area. And then when the kick goes away, our drums aren't filling up much area at all. I'd like to have this on the bus output of a future console version, or as part of a monitoring. See, now we're starting to warm up a little bit, but you notice that it's occupying this area. It fails to fill up this top 6 dB with peaks very effectively. Skip around a little bit. You see, it's kind of empty sounding, but we do have that electronic kick in there, and that's what's causing this spike. Whereas we drop down to the quiet section, here's your quiet section, here's your lull. This is where people who expect like loudination will completely fail to believe that it's a thing. You're allowed to put dynamics like this in. But people will consider it to be not loud enough. Here's a section where very quiet. You see over here. This is as loud as my drum kit went. So you can see it's peaking pretty good. But my electronic stuff is really that much louder. It's extremely obvious how much louder the electronic stuff goes. Here's our little, see? There it is. But it's very full. It has a lot of RMS relative to peak. So when you have all these things going, Now we start to see that kind of spiky EDM looking thing, and we can see that we are in fact peaking really hard quite often. Here's a good electronic sounding part. You'll notice it is very empty, but it sounds good because it's still filling up the full range around these spikes with peak energy. Like, it's interesting to the ear because the peak energy is filling all this area. I'll be able to play actual hit records, like vinyl hit records, and you'll see that they do the same things. This is not out of nowhere. I studied this. That's why I made all of this, is to be able to demonstrate it. Look at how evenly filling it is. That's one way of getting it. It's a little empty. And those guitars come in. It starts to fill up the area a little bit more. And then when you have the guitars taking up a little more space, you see that it's starting to fill in this area. There's a little room. There's a little room for pushing everything a little more. Because when you have just occasional little spots up here, you're not going to hear more saturation. In this area, let's find a really loud section. You can push this loud pretty safely. You'll notice that there's still a lot of stuff happening up here, which is why it sounds good. Well, there you have it. That's what I wanted to do. Next thing, on Thursday, I may or may not have solved the problems with being able to compile to things like AU and so on and so forth. I'm interested in taking advantage of this framework's ability to compile to all these things. It's just if they don't work, that's less useful. But Thursday, since we can, I can't believe that it was that simple. I just uncommented stuff about the timer and boom, suddenly it worked. Whatever. Now that we have this, we can also expand the range and make another set of meters. And maybe like make it look nice and stuff, but we can make another set of meters to do other things, such as a set of meters to document like what the slew energy is over time, what the frequency between zero crossings is over time. There's a bunch that I've done before, that I've built into metering type things before, and that nobody has done. And that's going to be Thursday. But for now, thanks Hank for hanging with me. This has been a wild, wild ride. Oh yeah, no, I'm making use of all the 50. It might very easily be that I can leave a bunch of stuff out. I think a bunch of things are being included in JUCE, and I can tell it, don't use this, don't use this, don't use this, and the end result will be smaller. I'd be kind of shocked if I didn't. It's like sitting there with all of the library code in there for doing everything that JUCE could possibly ever do, and I won't be needing all of that. But that said, here we go. We're going to do a thing. Thursday is going to be making the full-on metering. I think having gotten this part working, and granted that it might take longer or might take more to get all of the parts working, I feel like it should be possible to get those other meterings going. And I know how I used to have them, and I know how I can calibrate them. Because I had it going on where you had, like, I was doing things like playing Dark Side of the Moon and so on through them and going, this is an optimal slew rate for stuff that sounds amazing. And when you started hitting that magical slew rate, it would go from a black line of slew range to vivid blue. Stuff would light up in vivid blue. You'd get a color tinge to it as it started to hit these sweet spots where you'd say, like, be listening to the end bit of Dark Side of the Moon Eclipse on the end, with all of everything rocking away like mad, and just calibrating it so that it's like, yeah, this is registering as amazing sounding. Or I'm not sure if necessarily the zero crossings work quite the same way, but the zero crossings, that's a very revealing metering, and nobody does it. Nobody does that. So yeah. Also, it would be fun to have that meter scroll rather than just scan across, because it's like I'm needing to redraw at every sample anyway, so there's no special reason it couldn't be scrolling. But we shall see. We shall see, one thing at a time. For now, it's time for me to go have dinner. I think I've earned it. And thank you to Sidara for making Pamplejuce, for which most of it's working. I'm going to need some help from you on that AU. And I don't know what happened with the trying to include the AUV3 in the AUV2 components folder, and whether that broke everything. But that's a whole other story. It's going to be wild to see whether I can do GPL VST3s. People have been very anxious to get those. And like AUV3s. This framework seems to be able to make those. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? I will talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.